Hi. Hey. Hello. Hey. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 4:48 in the goddamn evening. It's 5:05:25. 5:05:25. That's a Monday, May 5th. 2025, and it's 70 degrees outside. My front door is open. I just spent 2 hours dumping about 700 pounds worth of goddamn potting soil into different containers in my family's garden in the hot sun, and then I walked the country road for 2 hours with my taser. and and in my cell phone, and I've been getting like 4 hours of sun, so I probably look pretty orange, and I probably look a bit out of it, and I'm fairly like wrecked, and my body is very, very sore, and I'm about to be stoned and stuff and all this, and I'm just getting to it. Today we're playing some Oblivion remasters, some Eve, and some FFXI as per normal. I'm just making sure that the GeForce Now doesn't log off. I'm going to drop it off the big face here because I keep leaving it up for like 10 minutes sometimes, and I know that's not fun. I don't particularly care. I don't really see the difference between Oblivion and me, like my face or Oblivion. It's all the Skycat live streams, so whatever. So, but I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm sorry when I do that to you, because it's like, I know I suck and I'm not looking over. I'm not a vain person. I'm actually kind of the opposite, really. I'm not a vain person. It's funny. The last woman that I was in love with, she would preen in front of the cell phone camera for all day long, because she is like the most beautiful woman on the planet. She worried about her beauty all the time. I wouldn't call her vain at all, but she definitely was self-involved with how high her standard was for her own beauty. But she was not a vain person who bragged about it or thought it was like this thing she could wield like a power or anything like that. She wasn't a vain person, but she definitely was somebody who was extremely interested in her own personal beauty, and would spend quite many hours of every day like watching her own face. And now I'm the complete opposite. Sometimes I'll go weeks and weeks and weeks without even looking in a mirror. I think these days the only mirror that exists in my life is a shave. Well, I mean, there's two mirrors. There's a bathroom mirror that I use when I'm worried that I haven't shaved correctly or something like that. But I use it like maybe for about a second each day, just to make sure I'm not bleeding or look dumb or I've got a booger hanging or something like that. But I am not a mirror-based, aesthetics-based person almost at all. And it's weird because I tend to date really beautiful women, and my standards are really high with that, but I don't worry about my own aesthetics almost at all. And this manifests in probably because of Asperger's, frankly. And so this manifests on the stream because I won't look at my own face or my own stream. Like, the OBS is right there. I'm talking like all I have to do is make my right eye look a little bit to the right, like that. That's all. That's all the work that is required for me to monitor what I look like. But I don't do it. I don't do it at all. I just focus on the goddamn game that I'm playing, or focus on the thing that I'm trying to say, more likely. Focus on the thing I'm trying to say, or the thing that I'm doing, and I just focus on that. And I don't have four sets of eyes, so I can't just like look over at my face all the time. Now, you catch other streamers like Asmongold doing that all the time as they try and read and read and read and read and read. I don't want that. Like, I don't want that poisoning my 50 years of recording. There's all these things that I didn't know how to verbalize it until like my third year, but now I know it, and I have a whole method to the fucking madness, and I have a vision of what I want the recording side of my job to be. And preening and looking at my own face and reading your chat all day rather than doing the actual stream is something that I don't want to do. I don't want to look at my face all day. I don't want to make sure, I don't want to be like looking at make sure the camera's okay or sound levels are fine. I like, honestly, I tried to build this OBS stream. I can even like show it to you while I'm talking about it, right? I tried to build this OBS stream as simple as I could possibly fucking get it. Notice there's only one audio mixer. Most streamers have like 5. There's only 2 sources. Most streamers have like 40. There's only 2 scenes. Most streamers have at least 6 to 10. I mean, they don't often show you their OBSs and stuff, but I see their OBSs from time to time, and I'm like, oh, wow, I am a minimalist OBS streamer guy, and I don't think I do a bad job broadcasting myself at all. I don't think so. I have times when I suck, and I'm sure there's times when it's boring and slow, and I'm sure there's times when I'm too drunk and I'm singing Fantagram at the top of my lungs, but I've been singing and speaking for an entire week, so my voice is hoarse, and I'm just singing a song incredibly fucking badly because my voice is hoarse, right? There's been times when I've sucked trying to do this production. But, I mean, anytime anybody's ever going to fault me, I'm going to tell them, consult the 100-hour weeks for the last goddamn 3.5 years. And you'll understand why I sing a song badly from, every once in a while. Or my voice gets hoarse, but I still sing because it's my job. I can't really stop. The whole point of the job is consistency. So I like definitely try to keep the volume so it never ever moves. I only ever move this slider once, which is when it's when I'm singing. I bump it down to about here so I don't blast you guys. When I'm blasting music, I bump it down to about here so I don't blast you guys. But when I'm talking to you, I keep it right about here, right at about 22, I'd say, something like that. Or sorry, what is it? It's 18, negative 18, something like that. And so I don't always come through too loud like I just did, right? And I don't always come through I almost never come through too soft. But I mean, I do mutter a lot, so I know that, sometimes I need the sound a little bit louder because I'm just like, fuck, man, I don't really want to do this right now or whatever about some game or something, and I'm not talking so loud. So I kind of need the volume to be where it needs to be. Like sometimes I worry like it needs to, but then suddenly you see that you're getting a little bit, when you start to see it shoot up past here, you realize that you're too high. So I try to keep it down about here. I want you to pause it again. And then ideally, I just move this over here to my second screen, and I don't ever look at it again for the rest of the goddamn stream. This is incredibly fucking irresponsible. But it also is a huge, huge part of the stylistic production of the fucking stream. It absolutely is. It's like a huge part of the stylistic. It's the kind of thing directors do that you might not really understand that they're doing. But it is a subtle thing that I'm doing that a lot of other streamers are not doing, which is that I don't focus on the chat. I don't focus on what you're saying. I don't let anybody interrupt me. I let them interrupt my stream with their ideas and their help and the things that they want me to say or do or whatever. I don't mind interrupting the stream if I'm interacting with my public or whatever. That's okay. But like overall, it is entirely a one-way fucking street. And I do this for several reasons. The first one being is, like, remember the Rust clan? They all thought they were going to be my best friends the rest of my fucking life, I think. And it was like, no. You'd be surprised how many goddamn circles I've just straight walked out of like that. Because it's like, no. My own counsel will I keep about what commitments I'm going to make and how long. No. That was never gonna last. I knew it going into it. I was like, this is way too good to be true. It's not going to last. I'm gonna be very sad when it's gone. It's gonna be gone because it's gonna be gone in my life anyways because of me. It's gonna end because of me. I knew it was. I knew when I blocked Tay that it was over. I was like, oh, when I blocked Tay, I didn't say it in the moment. I wasn't thinking about it that way. But yeah, a couple weeks later, I was like, oh, wait, when I blocked Tay, it was over. That whole time in my life was over. That clan, that Rust thing, the whole Rust thing was over. The minute I blocked Tay, I knew it. And that sucks that I had to block Tay to do that, but that was the only way I was going to fucking be able to do it. It was the only way I was going to be able to walk away from Tay. I owe him too much. Final Fantasy 11 and Eve are the same thing. I owe Tay too much to just not stay there. But I can't have him running those kind of commitments on my goddamn life. I can't, that's not happening. I've got elderly parents and I'm single right now, but it won't be like that forever. And all this other shit, and I just don't have that. I don't have that kind of commitment right now. I don't to run or be in a large clan at all and play one game or anything like that. So, and it hurt me to hurt Tay to block him like that, but it also was like what was necessary. I'm sure he knows. Now he probably knows that that's what it was going to take. It probably would have had to be the complete severance of everybody in that clan. It was going to take a complete severance or I never ever would have stopped. It would have been like heroin. I never ever would have stopped. So I got to put these seeds away. So and so that's just another circle that I walk out of, because and I'm very, very good at that. And so I began to understand that one of the stylistic things about this stream that makes me different from people like Kai Cenat, and I have to be different from people like Kai Cenat if I wish to succeed. I do. Was that I'm on my own I'm on my own shit. I'm on a new wave. I don't need a bunch of kids distracting me. I don't need some people talking about how I'm bald or that I'm fat. I don't need people like coming in repeatedly and trying to show me how much they love me over and over and over again. I have a very, very smothery mother, if that makes sense. And I have mommy issues around people smothering me really fucking bad. Like, for instance, I left the fucking house at the age of 16 and I never ever really came back. As in, I've lived alone or with a girlfriend since I was 16, and I just cannot handle anybody telling me what to do, expecting me to do something, being somewhere at a particular time, or any kind of commitment whatsoever. And even my mother, I'll tell her, like, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Just go. I'll just fucking walk away. I'll be like, sorry, I gotta go. I'll just right in the middle of whatever we're doing. I'll be like, sorry, I gotta go. I can't handle this anymore. Bye. It's not me controlling my own life. It's me doing something for someone else. That's not really who I am. I'm an asshole. That's not really who I am. It's fucking annoying, but it's true. And so one of the cold hard things about shutting off the chat, and I've had a lot of complaints about that lately from the chat, which is kind of funny. And I was like, no, never. And that's so depressing when they hear that. I know they don't like that. I like it. I like it a lot. And that's how fucking far away from who they are that I am. And that's how far away I am from my mother. She thinks of it as motherly love. I think of it as smothering. I mean, I'm sorry, but I do. I've always thought it. Now she's a really good mother, and the smothering was nice. It helped. Whatever. It didn't help, but it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt is what I meant to say. It didn't hurt me. So yeah, like, it didn't help, but it didn't hurt either. It didn't hurt. So I just cut the fucking panty waist strings or whatever. I cut the umbilical cord when I was like 16. I did not like how close I was with my mother. I didn't like that my friends were scared of my mother. I did not like that all this weird things, and I did not like that it was required to get my mother's approval for everything that I do. I still feel like that, and I still don't agree with it, which is why I did meth and heroin and all these other things that I knew she just wouldn't like, to prove to her that it wasn't her game that I'm playing. It's not her character. It's not her life. It's not. It's my life. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do with it. So, but I do have mommy issues about smothering, and honestly, a bunch of the parasympathetic response people that came through this stream in the last like 3.5 years, they want to love me like that, like a mother that smothers you. And I'm sorry, that's cool for people like Asmongold. He needs that. He needs validation from people. I don't need that. I had validation my entire life. I was never a loser. I was the prom king. I was the lead singer. I did have sex with 40 women. I counted, because I was like, all of my other friends, they've had sex with 2. I did like 2 to 5 maybe if they were lucky. And and it's weird. And I've traveled all over the world, and I've cut albums, and I've written books. I was not like these people. I was not like my mother. I was not like my friends. I am not like them. I don't have the same tendencies. I've done crazy things like attempted suicides and such that they haven't. I've been committed. They haven't. I've been a drug dealer. They haven't. There's all these things that differentiates me from them. And that's life. That's what it is. But they assume, because I had this king's regal manner, because I was taught by the best, by expensive coaches and teachers and in prestigious East Coast intellectual schools when I was young and stuff like this, and rich people and smart people and decent people and working class people and middle and upper middle class people and rich people. I've known everybody from all kinds of different walks of life. I can talk like all of them. I can walk in their circles freely. I have experience in all 3 realms, being dirt ass poor and pooping in a toilet in the garage, or smoking meth on the streets and stealing power so you can run like a personal heater inside of a crawl space so you don't die of exposure. to the middle class where I just lived with a car that my mother just gave me, and I ate Taco Bell and Wendy's every day, and I played my video games, and I hung out with my friends, and I played soccer and did skateboarding, and I just had a middle class, like, fucking, Chad life or whatever, right? And then when I was a kid, I was rich, and we had, 5 cars and a mansion, and, and a business building in Easton, Pennsylvania that was worth like $2 million and all this other shit. We actually had stuff, we were rich when I was a kid. So I've seen all 3 things, and so I get along with all 3 classes fairly well. But the lower class mistakes me for the lower class all the time, but I was born rich and raised rich with the goddamn silver spoon in my mouth, and I know the sensibilities and the fucking differences, and it's usually education. And so the lower class mistakes me for the lower class when I walk up in the party and I smoke the meth bowl with them, and I drink the beer and I pound the goddamn fucking blunt, and I drive drunk or whatever to my slut's house to bang her in the butt or whatever. They think I'm from the lower class, but no, I was raised with a silver spoon in my goddamn mouth. The middle class think I was in the middle class because I had to live like that for 8 years, and I've got a bunch of middle class friends from my style of high school, both styles of high school and all that. Because I grew up in the fucking burbs in the middle class in Platt Park and South Platt Park in Denver, and in the DU neighborhood, Denver University. They've got a good football team, I think, and I have the middle class aspect of my life too. But the middle class mistake me for middle class for middle class when I'm far more likely to smoke meth and heroin with some people in a fucking flop house hotel room than I am to go play video games in the basement with your son while he talks about his soccer game or something. It's weird, but I mean, I'm far more likely to follow lower class pursuits than I am middle or upper class ones. So the rich people mistake me for rich people because I know what words like verbose mean, and I know how much money Gucci is, and I know what a good pair of loafers is, and how expensive they are, like Van Cleef's and stuff like this. And I know I've been to every art museum in the fucking world almost, except for not every world, but I mean I've been all over the world and to many different art museums. I've been to the New York Art Museum like I don't know 60 or 70 times in my lifetime because I grew up on the East Coast as a stuffy, rich East Coast intellectual, But I'm not that anymore. I despise people with fucking money. You know what money means to me? It means some asshole stacked his bank account while other people starved. That's what being in the upper class actually means to me. I can't stand rich people. I fucking hate them. I'm not some senator's son. I was born a fortunate one with the silver spoon in my goddamn mouth, but I didn't stay that way. By the age of 11, we were poor. So it's weird. So I had this identity crisis where my family broke up because my grandma was like old and senile and believed that my mother was a thief, even though my mother's never stolen from my family. That's not something she's ever done. There's no history of it. There's nothing like that. And it broke my family apart because my grandma had lost her mind essentially on Alzheimer's and detonated her family. So I lost all my cousins on my mom's side. My dad's side is just dead. They're just like all dead. All 5 of my dad's brothers, my half brother, my father, and my uncles are all dead. They're all dead from alcohol, heroin, or aneurysm, or stroke, one of the 4. And so I've lived my life to try to not die from alcoholism, drug addiction, aneurysm, or stroke. I've spent my whole life trying to do that because my half brother went out when he was 38. I'm 40 some odd. And so just, 7 years earlier from what I'm at now, my half brother went out. His brain just popped. We don't know what the fuck happened to him. Stroke, aneurysm, we don't know what fucking it. We don't know what happened. He just keeled over, poof, dead. You might see that on this stream, so stick around. You might see me just pop a capillary one of these days and keel over goddamn dead. And if I go out that way, let's hope so. Honestly, that sounds like a good way to go. Go the way my fathers and my brothers and my uncles went, which is stressed out, fucking screaming to the point where you pop some capillary in your fucking forehead or your skull and you fucking pop out and die instantly. That's how my father died. That's how my fucking uncle died. That's how my stepbrother died. That's how my fucking 5 uncles that are all burnout druggy alcoholics, died in the fucking rat desert of Arizona and stuff. They all died like this. And so I spent my whole life trying not to die like that. I don't actually really like my father. I think he went out like a scrub, and I don't like my father. So I spent most of my life trying not to be my goddamn father, Like, for instance, he was an unsuccessful artist. I'm sure I will be too. I am so much like my father. You know, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Hopefully, I'll be an unsuccessful artist because I do not want to be Taylor Swift. I don't like fame. I don't like what it does to people. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't care. And so that's the difference. Now, I have a job that might dangerously put me close to being famous, which, well, I mean, and honestly, I don't know what fame means to you, but what fame means to me is, are you known by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people? They might not like you or pay any time in your channel, but they know that you exist, and to me, that's famous. And so I might actually be that, whether I want that or not, because I do have like 110,000 viewership on YouTube. 110,000 people have come to my channels and looked. So I mean, I don't know. You could call that it's not famous, but it's known. It is known. It's more known than anybody in your high school in your high school town. Most likely, anyways, unless there's some celebrity like a sports, like maybe I'm sure the sports figures in your hometown. Maybe if it's like if it's a Seattle Seahawks player or something, or New York Giant player or something, you might have some celebrities in your fucking town. But I'm more known than anybody in your high school now. This is something I had. I had a panic attack when I realized it. When I saw the goddamn number, it's up at like 127,400 or something like that now. And I see it every once in a while when I look at my goddamn statistics. Like here, I think we can pull it. Let's see. Yeah, in my analytics or whatever. Not the analytics for this video. I'm looking for the analytics of the channel. Yeah, the audience, right? Now. Yeah, now 258 unique viewers in the last 2 months, right? But overall viewership is in the hundreds of thousands, and they don't show this number anymore, which is one of the reasons why this confuses me so much. But I mean, I've seen the number when they send you this yearly recap, and on the yearly recap, you see how many people come into your channel. Now those people come in, they stay exactly 0.5 milliseconds. They see how fat and ugly I am, and the fact that I'm not an attractive hot girl, and they bail out. The other all 9.9999999% of them bail out in the first second and a half or something. But like, they do see my face, they do read the name, and they do acknowledge that I exist. And now, and now, and right now, just in the last month, 400 more people know who I am than knew. Right, and just in the last 28 days, 400 more people know who I am than knew who I was before. Right, just and it is up in the hundreds of thousands. When you look at how many people like actually have come to the channel, it's up in the hundreds of thousands. They don't stay, and I think that, and I'm sure people are trying to say that I'm lying or I'm blowing smoke or something. I only have 162 subs. I'm not blowing smoke. I mean, it's obvious that I have 162 subs, but I mean the actual people coming through my channel is up in the hundreds of thousands. It's insane. They show you on the yearly recap. Twitch is like that too. Here's a famous streamer talking to me. It's kind of weird. And it's sort of weird. So it's like, I wouldn't say I'm famous at all, and I don't want to be famous. Thank God I'm not. Thank God I'm not. I'm actually like almost crying tears of joy that I'm not. I really don't want it. I don't want that money. I don't want that fame. I don't want to feel like I owe an audience or anything like that. So I have to show up like Philip DeFranco or Jim Sterling like every 3 days with some video. I don't want that. I'm okay with just the 50-year history of some MMO loser. Honestly, I wouldn't mind putting loser in the title. Some MMO, like I could change the title of this stream. My mother wouldn't like it, but I mean, I could change the title of this stream to Fat Loser Plays MMOs All of His Life and Does Nothing with His Life. And that would be a valid way to title this stream. Did I expect anybody to come? The answer is no, but I want everybody does this for different reasons. That's something that's really interesting about this job. My reason is I need the society to know that I did something. It's that imposter syndrome magnified to this point where I have let it take over hundreds of thousands of hours of my life, where I just believe that I was never legitimate, that I'm just some bastard that never had a father, that just was never legitimate, was basically just some scrub in some ghetto that did a lot of drugs and corrupted a lot of people or whatever. And I'm sure that's how my stream sniper views me, and I'm sure that's how everybody else views me and all this. But I mean, no, after 50 years, they'll understand that I built some crazy personal history of all the goddamn MMOs I could get my fucking hands on. Now, my best friend, he was like, it's awesome, I love it. You know, the other day, he was like, I love it, I love it. He was like, we need this. And I was like, good, you're the first person I've ever heard that actually understood it. He was like, no, we need that, we need that. And I was like, oh, thank God somebody actually understood. We need 50 years of history of this because watching MMOs is the most boring thing that there is. I would rather watch grass grow. It would probably be more fulfilling because at least outside, watching the grass grow, you'll probably get some sunlight, you know, and some fresh air. But I mean, like watching somebody play MMO. Shout out to I don't want to cuss him, but I mean, like shout out to number 2 for having the goddamn wherewithal to spend so much time in my channel. And I'm not cussing them for doing it. It boggles the mind how much respect I have for it. It kind of like the level of I think it's profound how number 2 is able to handle this boring of a content for this long of their lives. I think number 2 is one of the more special people on the planet. They must be, because I don't know, that to have the patience to do it is just, you know, because it's so slow. It's so boring, and it's mostly just me cussing at the developers and the internet connection and the computer dying and the Windows breaking and the fucking microphone breaking and all this other stuff. It's just mostly just some fat, unpleasant person. I'm very self-aware of who I actually am. It's some fat, unpleasant person screaming like Donald Trump at the goddamn top of their fucking lungs about how some stream won't work or how some developer's a piece of shit or whatever, because the job is incredibly fucking frustrating. There are reasons that I do this. I blow off steam on purpose right the fuck in front of your face, and I don't lie it. I don't change it. I don't hide it. I don't curb the language. I don't care what the developers think of me afterwards. I don't care. And the reason that I do this is because it's like this long 50-year fucking thing. It's like this long distance winner. Like there's this song by there's this song called "Long Distance Winner" by Buckingham Nicks. That's Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. They're the lead singers of Fleetwood Mac, and they wrote this song called Buckingham Nicks. Now you're not typing, and I need to know why. You're incompetent. I need your piece of shit software developer ass to be prosecuted. Why can't you type? You're a fucking stupid piece of shit. I fucking hate you. Why can't you type? What's your problem? Why can't you type? What's your problem? Nope. Why can't you type? What's your fucking problem? It's the keyboard, maybe. I don't know. Why can't you type? I need you to fucking type. Thank you. See, and I cuss the developer because I have this all goddamn day, every day, for fucking all of my life for 37 years. It's the actual negligence of the hardware and software industry and how bad it affects people like me on the daily. I don't care. I'm not curbing screaming at the piece of shit developers and to their fucking effing faces. I don't care about that. I'll fucking scream about these piece of shit developers because they are piece of shit developers. They stole a lot of money from people like me, and they belong in jail. They're actually criminals. Like, I mean, they actually kind of are. They like the product that they release is so fucked up and so does not work most of the time that I would call them essentially scam artists. I really do. I believe most of them are like scam artists, like especially Bill Gates. And I know I just repeat this on goddamn Broken Record Loop for 3.5 goddamn years. It's going to be 50 until they get prosecuted. I'm not going to stop saying it until they do get prosecuted. They have to be brought to a higher standard. It's kind of like Boeing. We didn't allow Boeing to build fucking airplanes that don't work, but we do allow Microsoft to make Windows like totally fine, but not work. And we don't really understand. I don't really see the difference between a Boeing 747 and a computer that runs our fucking water grid or power grid. I don't really see, or the computers that our military uses to protect us. I don't see a fucking difference. They're all piece of shit, negligent criminal thieves that deserve jail. And I really mean this. It's not some exaggeration. I say it every fucking day until it fucking happens. And I mean it too. I need Bill Gates in jail. This negligence and this shit about, oh, I can't type suddenly. Imagine if that's what happens to the guy running the power grid or the guy driving the tank as Nazis attack New York or something, right? Like, imagine if that happens to the guy driving the tank. He's got Microsoft for Windows for his Bradley tank or whatever, right? And he tries to drive the tank up to fire that shot that might win the war, and your Microsoft Windows shuts down the tank and tells him that yeah, you trusted Elon, so now you're gonna die. And we do actually need to raise the standards of software development much, much higher to the point where these people are prosecuted. This is not a joke. it costs so many millions of man hours that it is tortious negligence. It does need to be prosecuted. It's not me being crazy. It's crazy that they haven't been prosecuted. Everybody gets prosecuted. Everybody in every industry gets prosecuted for everything. These guys haven't ever had a single fucking lawsuit, and that's not a mistake. That's the worst crime in history, being hidden. It's actually kind of crazy. That's not a mistake. So, yeah. And I say these things because they fuck me and they shut off my keyboard for no reason. Stuff like this. Doesn't matter if it's the hardware or the software. Your product didn't work, piece of shit thief. Your product didn't work, Logitech. Or fucking Windows or whatever. Your product didn't work. You stole from me, piece of shit, negligent thief. Fuck you, software developer. And I'm sure all of this abrasive, angry shit drives goddamn number 2 crazy because they've just probably heard it too much. So thank you so much for having the fucking patience to put up with somebody like me all of your goddamn life or whatever and still watch me, because I don't even know. I don't know how somebody would do it. And this is all because my job is not something like Kai Cenat. It's not something like Asmongold. I am doing an entirely different job. I'm doing a different job than what they're doing. I don't do what Jimquisition does. Jimquisition sits around for most of their time thinking up creative things to say on their video channel. I don't do that. I cover 50 years of MMO history. I don't give a shit about things, really. Like, I hate Trump, and you'll hear me talk a lot of shit about stupid-ass, effed-ass Trump and his traitor fucking asses and all his traitor friends, right? I really don't like Trump. Fuck Trump, right? But also, I will never, ever leave my home in any way or form or anything like that to ever go cross him or do anything against him. So you could say, in some ways, I'm actually way less of a threat to Trump than most people. Because I am just far too fucking lazy to ever go do anything about Trump other than say some words. That's it. So as far as like maybe you hate me or whatever because I don't like Trump or I talk out about Trump or whatever, but I mean, I'm not ever gonna do anything to Trump. I don't care if he's president, you know? They're both traitor parties. They both built 55,000 prisons to throw drug prisoners in fucking jail. Fellow Americans, they're both traitors. And this is a conversation we had yesterday. So I am not a threat to these traitors. I mean, I'll enlighten people to who they are. I suppose that's a threat to them, yeah. But I am not a threat to Trump. I'm never going to leave this house and ever do anything to him. My life, I love my life. I'm not going to go fuck with somebody while they play machinations of Illuminati or whatever. I'm not doing that.
I think this is quite a good look for me, actually. Big-titted lobster is
Yeah, it's not bad.
Solid aesthetic. Considering my human body is too messed up to film today, Seamanzilla cooking up a lobster sonar in the lab is well timed. So I've got more things to say about Cloud Skewer today, and I have good news. I got good at it. Yeah, that's right. Good. Oh wait, no, claw sonar is much better.
Good. 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 Yes, good.
Clair obscur. Clair obscur.
Clair obscur. Clair
I swear
obscur.
that's what I've been saying.
Clair
What are you on
obscur.
about pronouncing
Clair obscur. Clair obscur.
it wrong?
Clair obscur.
obscur.
Yes, that's what I said.
Clair
Remember
obscur.
when I couldn't play Clair Obscur? Damn it. Remember when I couldn't play Clair Obscur Expedition 33, a game whose name
Yeah.
I've always correctly pronounced? Remember when I sucked so bad at it I felt compelled to do an entire 20-minute dissertation on my skill issue? Remember when the responses were all from
Yeah,
people who
I
watched
do.
the whole thing and didn't knee-jerk to make angry points I'd plainly addressed in the very thing they were trying to rebuke? Because discussions about video games and difficulty haven't been completely poisoned by the insecurities of people for whom being good at computer games has become such a personal identifier that they've confused themselves for the gates they're keeping and perceive any critique of those gates as an attack on their very soul. So anyway, I don't suck at Clair Obscur anymore. I mean, let's be honest, I'm not great at it, but compared to where I was, feeling like I'd have to stop playing it because I just couldn't get to the damn thing and its tight, merciless timing even on easy, I am significantly better, and I've gone from dreading every combat encounter to genuinely looking forward to fights and the alluring combat mechanics they contain. But this game is so good, we continue instead of just continue. That is so...
It's a single-player game. It's not that good. We're living in 2025. It should have been live service. What are you talking about? It's a single-player game that ends. It couldn't possibly be that good. You guys need to wake up to reality. You guys really aren't too fucking, like, connected with reality. It's a single-player game. It cuts you off from the rest of humanity. Yeah, for single-player games, that's cool sometimes. Sure, maybe you're on a vacation, or, you know, maybe it's summertime and you're off school and you don't have a girlfriend yet or something, and you're just, you know, playing some Skyrim. So whatever, that's, you know, that's cool. But like overall, live service is better, and was my first takeaway from this game. Is yeah, for a single player game, it's probably amazing. I don't need another single player game.
Classy, and I'm not
Already playing this one, you know. I guarantee this game's better than that game. I guarantee it. Mage's Guild basements. That's where you want me to go? Oh yeah, okay. Oh, I have a key.
I'm kidding. I've even taken the training wheels off and bumped back up to normal mode. Hell, I even attempt parrying sometimes. Sometimes being the operative word. Actually, who am I kidding? Attempt is the operative word. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. It's not often I do an episode that could be considered a direct continuation of the last one, but I wanted to very much provide a follow-up on my lamentations about Clair Obscur for a few reasons. Firstly, it's nice to just have some positive news. Secondly, Clair Obscur just bloody deserves more attention. And thirdly, this is such a stark turnaround from last week's video, and I've been mulling over what that means. Not just for what I said last episode, but for the topic of getting good at video games. After all, it's tempting to look at me going from I can't play this to I love playing this, and take it as proof that all one ever has to do is keep trying when they struggle with a game, that it is indeed possible to simply get good at a game if you keep bashing your head against it until things click. I don't think it's that simple. Getting good has only ever been a simple subject to those who seriously, severely need to get good at seeing other individual people as other individual people. You know, the human survival trait known as basic empathy. Yeah, I know Elon Musk is trying to treat empathy like a dirty word, but he's a billionaire, of course he would. If you're capable of empathy, he might look like a bit of a monstrous guy.
Skeleton warriors,
If you're
And all the Republicans to roll with him suck
it seems statistically
my
impossible you'll
dick.
be, considering I'm out with
Nazi.
battery acid by now, but hey, I have obsessive compulsive disorder, not providing a comprehensive enough rundown to make this episode self-contained would make me want to peel my eyelids off. Vigorously washing my hands before and after, of course, because, you know, literal OCD. Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Utter masterpiece. Utterly particular.
Nope.
If you waltz into this thing unprepared, you'll receive a wake-up call more brutal than a handjob from an electric lobster. Greeted as you'll be by something that primarily behaves like a turn-based RPG, but whose heart beats with the wicked precision of the tightest character action game. And that was the struggle I confessed last week. Despite a lifetime of playing games and being fine at dodging attacks in everything else, I couldn't dodge or parry for shit in one where progress hinges almost entirely on using one or both of these maneuvers to mitigate damage. And I'm not alone, as discussions after my video revealed that plenty of other folks struggled as well. There is in fact a mod that's been put out to make parrying and dodging easier. Or harder if you need to be an absolute gamer about things. Conversely, there were folks who usually struggled with evasions and deflections elsewhere but got along tremendously here, which lends credence to my idea that whatever wavelength Clair Obscur is on, it's a unique one. At any rate, I used my experience to discuss accessibility, examined the notion of the player filter, aka the choke point of a video game that sees significant portions of players stop playing, and conceived the idea of the filter demo. That is to say, a demo of a game that showcases one of its most challenging challenging or divisive moments so that players can be filtered out before they buy it, rather than, you know, spend between $20 and $80 on something only to learn 2 hours in that they can't play the bloody thing. It has since been pointed out to me that it's something no company would go for because, well, it would lead to fewer copies being sold. And that's a fair point. Unfortunately, it's also my point. Such is the age-old conflict between business and empathy that sees business owners portraying empathy as shameful so that they don't have to feel ashamed of themselves.
You look like a real jerk. Well, I am a corporate executive.
A week later, and I'm in romantic fucking love with Play Obscure Expedition 33, having expressed my disappointed anxiety that I might never be able to enjoy a game I couldn't progress for the want of a single button press. I'd already committed to persevering with the game when I published last week's essay, though I believed I was going to have to stay on the easiest difficulty setting, and even then wasn't sure I'd be able to play it enough to, like, write a review of it or anything. After re-downloading the original Bayonetta and reaffirming my ability to play video games to a C+ degree, I discarded the sense of illogical shame in busting a game down to easy mode that decades of gamer culture exposure has imposed upon me, and I did what any good expeditioner would do. I continued. Rather than forge directly ahead, though, I took time, using story mode's more forgiving margins of error to dodge my way through battles over and over. I took time out of my day, not insignificant amounts of it, to, as they say, get good. And I did. Well, I did it acceptable. Acceptable? How do you say acceptable in Get Good Speak?
Good enough for me.
Point is, I'm now quite deep into the game, having popped the difficulty back up to Expeditioner mode, and so far not looking back, and was it worth the work? Play Obscure Expedition 33 is a brilliant game, one I genuinely believe worthy of the label instant classic. I mean, I already knew that, but that's what made my inability to play it so bloody painful.
How do you guys play these goddamn fucking turn-based RPGs in 2025? It's because you're younger and you just didn't, you weren't raised on them, maybe? I can't bring myself to play as a fucking turn-based RPG like this anymore.
Or just sublimely written, excellently acted, a poignant, relatable...
I tried to play Dragon Age 12 or whatever, 11 or 12 or whatever it is, and I was like, fuck no.
Human adventure.
It's far too limiting.
With some of the most lovable role-playing characters this side of
And
Final
why, when you could go play Elden Ring? I'd rather play Elden Ring than this.
Fantasy VII Rebound.
Why?
It's everything I hoped it would be when I first heard its premise and felt a skewer directly applied to my midlife crisis. God, that music. God.
Yeah, I'm sure the world is really cool. I'm sure the game's good. I have no doubt about it. I played that game. It was fine. But I don't think I can do turn-based. I didn't think I could do it with Final Fantasy VII, honestly. I don't know why they included it in that game. I don't think I can do this turn-based stuff anymore. Turn-based is something they did because of hardware limitations. I don't think it was ever something we were supposed to embrace. I mean, I guess it makes stuff for like Hearthstone makes sense. Like card games, I think it makes sense. But I don't think it makes sense for RPGs at all. Like I don't know. I think it's just the industry trying to sell us a really old style that's lazier. I really do. I think that game is, well, it's not totally lazy when you go out into the open world, but turn-based battle is lazy. It's extremely lazy. You don't have to write AI. You do, but you don't have to write the same sort of AI that has to respond to human targets and stuff. It's way lazier. I really think that I really do feel that turn-based combat is very lazy, and I always have thought that. Even back in the day, even back during the age of Final Fantasy VI, I still thought, even back then, that's the problem, right? I think people think that I came to this opinion like recently. But no, way back in the age of Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana on the Super Nintendo era, I still thought that Secret of Mana was a far superior game to Secret of Mana. You know, I'm sorry, Secret of Mana, to Final Fantasy VI, excuse me. Secret of Mana was far superior to than Final Fantasy VI because the mobs don't wait. They do attack you, and some of them are hard. Some of them are really hard. Like genuinely hard. They like cast spells on you that you can't stop and stuff and shit like this. And they're just, you know, it's it's a much more skill-based game. Secret of Mana was a much higher based skill-based game than Final Fantasy VI. And so even back then, I didn't favor games like Final Fantasy VI over Secret of Mana, you know? So it's a tough sell for me because I grew up on turn-based RPGs. I've done so many of them, thousands of them or something. And you couldn't pay me to go back to turn-based. I tried to do it with Pillars of Eternity, Deadfire 2. Bagon, I think it kind of broke his heart that I really didn't genuinely like BG3. I loved it, but I didn't like it. Yeah, I thought it was a well-made game with a lot of really good music. I thought the only thing that was superb about it was music, but the rest of it was like good. Even the sex scenes were kind of tasteful and good. I thought it was well done. But it wasn't, but it was hard for me to take because I can't fucking stand turn-based anymore. Particularly because I've done like 2,000 goddamn turn-based RPGs. From Lunar 1 to Lunar 2 to Secret of Mana to Secret of Evermore to Chrono Trigger to Chrono Cross to Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Breath of Fire 1, 2, 3, and I those are the ones that those are the ones that I like. I'm just listing the ones that I like. All the ones that I don't like go on forever. Like just on forever. Things like I didn't like Legend of Dragoon. I didn't like but I beat it. You know, I played so many games. Xenogears. I mean, I played so many turn-based games. Actually, Xenogears was actually full-time battle, I believe, actually. Xenogears has always been better. But like, I liked Xenogears a lot. But you couldn't pay me to go back to this because when I was 12 years old, this was, I mean, like I'm not dumb. When I was 12 years old, this was what was popular because that's what the systems could provide. Now the systems can provide Elden Ring, Night Rain, you know? We don't need Final Fantasy VII Remake. We don't need these turn-based games. I don't know why you're making them. I won't play them. And I'm okay with playing single-player games, which is obvious as I play Oblivion Remaster, but they've got to be worlds in and of themselves. And yeah, I'm sure Clair Obscur is a world in and of itself, but not the combat. Not the combat. The combat plays out like a Street Fighter game. And I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think that's not really... I mean, it plays out like a Street Fighter game, but turn-based. Which is like boiling it down to Sabin from Final Fantasy VI. And I don't really think that that's that fun. You know, Squaresoft didn't do Sabin again.
What is it, associate?
And I know exactly what Clair Obscur is. I played it. It's Sabin from Final Fantasy VI. It's a playstyle stolen from Sabin. He's a character in Final Fantasy VI, and it's when I know the whole story about this and everything. There was a complaint in the Final Fantasy offices around the time of 4, 5, and 6, where they were like, "There's not enough Street Fighter in our RPG." There's not enough like just gaming stuff, like pressing buttons in a certain sequence to get stuff, right? So they added Sabin to Final Fantasy VI, which is like a character that's modeled after Guile from Street Fighter, who does like uppercuts by pressing left down, right up, B, B, A, stuff like that. Or I don't even remember what Sabin did, but he had like button combinations, right? And so they stole this from Final Fantasy VI, and I'm gonna give you a much better streamer take than all of the rest of the entire community, because I know better than these idiots who talk about Get Good or whatever, right? But no, I know where Clair Obscur comes from, because I did 3,000 turn-based games when I was a kid, and I actually am good at this, and I actually have been doing this all of my life, and I have beat all these games and everything, and I know where Clair Obscur came from. It's not some new premise like these kids want to say that it is. These 33-year-old doomers want to say that this game is good. No, they stole it from Sabin, and Sabin wasn't that good. And you want to know how I know Sabin wasn't that good? Squaresoft didn't do it ever again. And so yeah, when you first see Sabin, you're like, oh my god, this is so good. Why? I mean, Squaresoft did do it again with a game called Octopath Traveler, which I did play. You know, Octopath Traveler I think is on Xbox Game Pass, and I've been maybe the sequel's on Game Pass. Is Octopath on this? Octopath. It is. Octopath Traveler 2 is on Game Pass, so we might actually play like a few minutes of this. Now I can't stand turn-based. You're gonna see me bomb off after like 15 minutes. But I mean, so is turn-based bad? No. Turn-based is fine. But I just know better. After I've been fed 3,000 turn-based games when I was like 12 years old to about 20 or something like that, from your like Last Remnants to your fucking your Lost Odysseys to your Skies of Arcadias to, I mean, it just goes on. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. It goes on. One of my favorite ones is Star Ocean, the light at the end of time or whatever it is. I forget the name of it, or the Last Light or Last Hope or something. I forget the one on 360, right? Like, that was such an exquisite turn-based game. Well, I mean, it wasn't a turn-based game, but it was sort of, though. It still was like a active time event battle game, even though it had real-life combat in it, which is why I liked it so much. It had real-time combat in it, like Xenogears. It was still a turn-based game, kind of. So... and so I know better. I know better than to fall for the Claire Obscura trick. And they're trying to, I know what they're trying to do. It's like falling for a trick. It's kind of annoying, but it is like falling for a trick, in the respect that if they build a whole goddamn genre of Claire Obscuras that are just weird little turn-based games with innovations added to them from old style games like Final Fantasy VI's Sabin, right? That's okay. That's what video games are. I'm not a hate. Shut the fuck up. I gotta turn their voices off. I don't listen to what they say anyways. Let's turn their voices off. I mean, I know this game by heart. I don't need their fucking voices. Their voices are so goddamn annoying. Shut the fuck up. You really should have controlled this better. Anyways, oh no, I talked to him. He wants me to go do this other one. The Coral, I need to speak to Irana. Now I can go upstairs. Or leave. Yeah, let me leave. So, yeah, sure. Build another genre of innovative single-player RPGs. 7 Remake being the first one, I guess. Even though that game's fucking terrible, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. They're not worlds in and of themselves like this. They're not good looters. They're really not good looters. Like, maybe if you like active time battles, like fights for a really long time, like I used to when I was 12 years old, you might really like the game. But see, I played 3,000 games like that. It goes on. I mean, I could just keep on listing hundreds and hundreds of games. There's more. There's so much. There's so many more. I can't even remember them all of them. I'd have to pull lists of SNES turn-based RPGs. Illusion of Gaia was kind of a real-time but still turn-based action RPG. There were so many fucking games like this, and I can't bring myself back to this particular style because it was something that was popular when I was 10 years old. It's kind of like saying, hey, let's all go play yo-yo again, and we're gonna play yo-yo for 14 hours a day for months on end. No, we're not going to play yo-yo for 14 hours a day or for months on end. We're going to watch a stream. We're going to grow some grapes. We're going to stomp the grapes. We're going to make our own wine. We're going to drink the wine while we watch our own stream. And we're going to play MMOs while we watch the stream. And yes, that is a live stream that I have. That's something I'm going to do. I'm going to grow grapes right outside my front door so people can't see in my front door, right? And I'm going to stomp my own grapes. I'm going to make my own wine, my own Merlot. Marlowe and and that will take a lifetime, right? That will keep me entertained 14 hours a day. Your crappy yo-yo turn-based RPG will keep me entertained for 50 hours. Then I'm gonna be like, well, now what? It's like that joke they make about, like, on The Office about now what, right? Like, okay, it's like kind of like, you know, I've been on this Greyhound bus for 8 hours, now what, right? Or whatever it was. I forget I think it was a, right, what's the Office joke? It's like, the Office joke about now what? Yeah, like, that's how I feel about single player games now. It was Toby. It was Toby. It was a Toby joke. Office Toby joke. It was a Toby joke. I hate Toby, but I love him too. Toby, right? Yeah. Yeah, like Toby disses Michael, and I can't remember the direct joke, but it was like, hours have passed now. Now what, right? And that's my problem with fucking these single player games. If you're a gamer who's just trying to play tens of thousands of titles, Claire Obscura is really good. That's what Jimquisition is. It's somebody who just wants to play 10,000 titles, who likes everything and plays everything. I know, because my best friend's exactly like that. My best friend's like that too. He has so much achievement points. He's got like 300,000 or something crazy. He's so much better at gaming than I am, but he doesn't do it for a living like me, because he's disciplined. He tears through games like Mortismo gaming and completionists everything, because every single player game to him is like a conquest. And I'm sorry, but that's so far from my execution that it makes me sick. Even thinking of being like that, that's so far from who I am. That, I mean, I don't know what the game is that I'm gonna love tomorrow. I just know that it's gonna happen. That's how weird it is for me. It might even be like, well, I think yesterday I played Hearthstone for I don't know, like 5 hours or something in the Battlegrounds, I think I was. And I think people probably tuned in so they could see Starfield or goddamn Oblivion Remaster or something like that, right? But no, I put them through 5 hours of drunken fucking Hearthstone Battlegrounds that I mostly just lost or got second place in. Right? And the reason that I did that is because I don't know what game I can stand to play in any given moment. So this idea of like carving through every fucking game like Claire Obscura trying to get achievements or something is so foreign to my autistic brain that I just can't do that. One of the beautiful things and why I still think Rust is the greatest game ever made, or I mean, technically that would be Minecraft. Minecraft is the greatest game ever made. You want to know why? Because it doesn't tell you what to do in any way or fucking form. It won't tell you. It won't help you. Like the kids did not get help, and that's one of the reasons why I respect Minecraft players. The kids got help from each other in the form of YouTube, but they didn't get help from the game. They had to figure out how to like make those like especially way back in the day before Minecraft was truly good. Like they did not know how to make a boat. They didn't know. They had to figure that shit out. Same with Rust. Same with DayZ. That's why you respect survival players the most, because they have to go actually figure out how to do things. EVE Online is the worst one. To figure out how to do PI, planetary interaction in EVE Online, that took some nerd like 5 years or something. I mean, not how to do it, but how to perfect it. That took some nerd 5 years of stumbling. That's not like the, there's some wiki that he can go to that's just got the perfect strategy or something like that. He had to figure out how to do that. So like, so that's the problem also with single player games. They lack PAFO, which is play and find out. I know what Claire Obscura is. I played it before. It doesn't impress me. The turn-based combat doesn't impress me. I've had that before. As early as Final Fantasy VI, that shit does not impress me. I'm sorry, it doesn't. And so I came across way different of an impression. Now, I won't rag on Claire Obscura. If they say it's a goddamn 10, then I'm like, okay, it must be a 10. But I'm going to rate it as an 8 because I couldn't play it. And it's weird. I'm always at odds with the Western media, the Western games media. I'm always at odds with them. I think totally the opposite of what they think, and I don't like this. I really want to think what they think. I want to think that I'm a gung-ho with the rest of the world. I'm this guy who really does want my video game taste to coincide with the rest of the world. I really am. I want to be playing the same games that these guys are playing for the viewership, for the interest, for the fact that they're modern or whatever. I want to be playing Fortnite just because they're playing Fortnite. I'm dead serious about this. I know they're playing Fortnite because they just got this huge Star Wars thing. I love Fortnite. I played 6 hours of Fortnite the other day. Most people my age do not play Fortnite because it's a kid's game, but I still do it because I feel like that's what they're playing, so I want to do it too. I'm that much of a shitty conformist and stuff. Like, I dressed up like all the metalheads and the punkers and the ravers too. Like, I am not a conformist guy in my head, but when it comes to practice and execution, I'll do that just fine. I'll buy my Nine Inch Nails shirts and I'll dress up in black like all the other goths, and I'll smoke drugs with the ravers, and I'll fuck my raver girlfriend when that's the style at the time or whatever. I will follow trends. I am a trend follower. I have full blown admitted I will put stickers on the back of my car. I will do stuff like this, right? I'm not a personality that can't do stuff like that. So I do follow the norms, but what I can't do is follow these single player releases, trying to completionist complete them with as many achievements as possible for as long as you can stand to play the game. That's so foreign to my chaotic neutral approach that I just don't know how to be that way. I don't know how to be that way. I have never chased I've chased a couple of achievements in my life because I think they were EP things, like completionist for Wrath of the Lich King was an EP thing that I did. Completionist for TBC, completionist for Classic, Lore Master, Lore Seeker, Lore Master. I did all of those things when they were current because it was like a thing that you could do that was an EP thing. I went and got the Insane, or no, I don't have the Insane, I'm sorry, but because I came to Rogue 13 years later, but my friend Pedro, he got the Insane title and he warned me not to do it. He was like, trust me, Cat, you're gonna think you need to. Don't do this grind. It was the worst thing I think I ever did in my life. And I was like, okay, I won't, you know. So I got a warning, you know, but I mean, I did do a lot of EP things when I was younger, like Trial of the Grand Crusade, Perfect, or whatever it is. I forgot the name of that. Achieve. I've got that Invincible mount and all that stuff. I've got all that crazy shit. Ashes of Alar. I used to do EP things that I do understand in sandboxes and in theme parks. I understand EP things like I have all of my Dark Moon Fair achieves, including or not including, but I think the last one that I don't have is the tourney one, which I'm still like 12 wins away from or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I'm basically EP and completionist with most of WoW as well. I have almost all of my PvP achieves and all this. I have like 23,000 achievement score or whatever it is, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't know what it is. It's like 19, 20. And so like
that well designed.
So like EPing is a thing. That's something I can respect. You know, honestly, I respect EPing a lot more than I wish I did, kind of. But I don't respect completionists. That's something that I don't think is actually normal. I think that's how a weird, shitty, anal nerd does business. I don't think the rest of the world does business that way. You know what I think? Okay, when I hear the word completionist, do you know who I think of? It's not a video game player. It's Ben Stein. You guys know who Ben Stein is? Yeah, this guy. The most boring, monotone guy in Hollywood and on television, right? When I think of the word completionist, and I'm sure the completionist people are very aware of this terrible, like, stereotype that I've got about this, but when I think of people who do completionist games, like my best friend does, I think of Ben Stein, and I think, what a soulless nerd. And that's unfortunate for them. And so, but that is what's respected in this community. Completionist, that's what's respected. So, in hours as well. Hours and completionist are what's respected, and high titles and high achievements, right? So, in hard titles. So, you know, and so in EPing. So we do respect some people who can achieve things, right? But for me, I don't give two shits about that. The game needs to be fun, and often if you're achievement grinding, it's not fun. It's the most repetitive shitty shit. Like, for instance, I watch my best friend, and one of the reasons I'm not an achievement grinder is I watch my best friend do this achievement, which is what he considers to be the worst achievement of all gaming, which is the Half-Life 2 Gnome run, where you do the entirety of Half-Life 2 without firing your gun, carrying a garden gnome. And there is an achievement for this. The gnome run, right? Yeah, the episode 2 gnome run. This didn't even come out for the first 5 years of Half-Life 2 or something like that. It was an episode 2 achievement. We didn't even have Steam Achieves when Half-Life 2 first came out. That's how old I am, right? So this is a bit of old gaming trivia and stuff, and most people don't know about this, but this is the hardest achievement in gaming history. My best friend has it, and watching him try to get this achievement for, I don't know, 10,000 hours or something like that, watched him almost break his sanity, but he has the discipline. That was the EP thing about it. He wanted to show to the world that he has the discipline to do the gnome run. Yeah, I'm gonna text him that the fact that he did the gnome run is on my channel today, because it's like far more of an EP thing than anything I've ever done by far. He's a far better gamer than anything I've ever done. He went further in Eve far earlier than I ever did. He was running like Corpse and stuff way back when we were kids. He was a better gamer than me because he's more intelligent than me. Thank God there is somebody who's smarter than me, you know? Thank God there is, you know?
Has successfully... What?
Gnome alone. If you're reading this achievement, Gabe Newell has successfully launched Noam Chomsky into space. If you did not also receive the achievement, Manufacturing Ascent, Newell has abandoned his plans to shoot Noam Chomsky into space. I love Noam Chomsky so much.
Has successfully launched Noam Chomsky into space. If you did not also receive achievement Manufacturing Ascent, Newell has abandoned his plans to shoot Noam Chomsky into space. I seem to remember something like this. They sent a gnome.
Yeah, they sent the gnome into space because of the gnome achieve. The gnome achieve is the hardest thing in gaming history. I can do it. It's an easy achievement. I've watched somebody do it. But I mean, you don't. One of the particular reasons it's so easy, but also so hard, is you can't save. As I recall, you can't save. You have to do it all in one sitting, I think, or something. I don't remember all the particulars, but or maybe you can save. I don't remember, but it's a bitch achieve. It's so annoying. And you can't shoot your guns, and you can't kill anybody, or it disqualifies the achievement. You have to go through the entire goddamn game, dodging every bullet, every attack. And if you recall, some of those dudes, like the head crabs, they're going to hit you. And I don't believe you can get hit either. I don't think you can get hit. The whole achieve itself is just horrible. It's
got an actual flight? Sure.
Yeah. Wow.
The Citadel.
Some people just sit and play Half-Life 2 for the last 22 years and never ever play any other game, and they just do stuff like trying to get the gnome achieve. I know because one of my best friends is that type of personality.
What the hell is happening?
He is far better at gaming than me because he's more disciplined than me. He's better at researching things than me. He has a memory that doesn't like fault out all the time because he didn't do a lot of, well, he did a lot of drugs, but he didn't like stay doing drugs like I did. And he has more discipline, and he's more intelligent than I am. So he doesn't make mistakes. Like, he remembers when there's like a head crab down the hallway. I don't remember the head crab down the hallway. I don't give a shit about the head crab. I don't give a shit about the, just like I told my friend, what was his name, yesterday. I told my friend, Kamari Jack, that I don't go to places like hell willingly. And he understood this sentiment. And he's like, I get that. Right? And in that same way, I don't remember where the head crab is. I don't want the head crab remaining in my memory. I need my memory.
That's pretty crazy.
I don't need to remember where the head crab is going to spawn. That's something my best friend does not have the luxury of being able to do. He has to remember where the head crab spawns. He knows where every video game mob spawns in every game that he's ever played. He doesn't have a photographic memory like one of my other best friends in the same inner circle who beats him at video games better. But like he does have like but he does have a memory that isn't faulty. So he remembers where the head crab is every time. I don't remember where the head crab is. So I could do this achieve, but I'm going to fail 10,000 times doing it. He'll fail maybe 3 or 4 times, you know? But I can still do the achieve, unlike most of the planet. I can still do the achieve because I've seen him do it. I've seen everything that's necessary. I've seen him put the gnome up and down over and over and over again, something like 12 billion times, and I'm not kidding. Like, and I mean billion. Like, he puts down the gnome. He, like, picks up something to shield himself from bullets being fired at him with the gravity gun. But remember, you don't even get the gravity gun for the first like 35% of the game or something like that. So you just Don't even put the gnome down. You're just dodging bullets like Neo. And you need to be able to dodge the bullets like Neo because, you know, I believe they force you to do it in the highest difficulty, if I remember. Yeah, like there's all these terrible things about the Achieve. There's all these terrible things that they don't even mention in the Achieve that fails you for it, that you don't know you failed it. You don't know you failed the Achieve. It's not like it goes, blah, your chance for that Achieve is gone. Like World of Warcraft will tell you that if you put a mod on. But I mean, like, no game has ever told you that you failed an achievement. That's not something they have to tell you, and they don't. So yeah, if you failed, if you fired a shot by mistake, like for instance, if you place the controller down and you accidentally press the right trigger, that ends the gnome run. And if you recall, putting controllers, I've got one right here. I've got a fucking controller right here. You know, God damn it. Where's my Xbox One controller? I can't find it. Hold on. Yeah, my best friend Yuppie Q, he's got this Achieve. It took him months. I watched him just get stoned, get drunk, get on 360 at 11 p.m., grind till 5 a.m. on a Friday night or something like that, like push the gnome achievement again. And it took him months and months and months and months. But yeah, the gnome run is not a joke. Look, like you'll pick up boxes so you can block bullets with the box, stuff like this. Weird tactics that you wouldn't normally ever do in a video game that you got to dream up as you're doing it to not be killed by instant jibs. Like some of the mobs have instant jibs. They'll like toss it. They'll shoot a pineapple. Some of those nasty ass combine dudes in the tower itself at the end of the game, they will fire pineapples at you and shit like this. They're not a joke, especially on the extreme difficulty. They're not a joke. The game's easy if you played it millions of times. The game is fucking easy. It's really not that hard of a game. It's, you know, people think of it as hard, but it's not. It's not a hard game. But it's very easy to memorize everything that's going to happen in the entire game. It's all scripted incredibly fucking well. But trying to not get shot while carrying a gnome is a whole other discipline that my best friend needed to prove to himself for some reason. And this is why I don't achievement hunt, because I'm more fixational, obsessive person than he is. So like I know terrible nerd like labyrinths that are self-constructed when I see them. So I just don't do stuff like this. I have the capability and the skill, but I don't do stuff like this. I'm probably more emotionally intelligent than to do the gnome run, unfortunately. No, that was okay. So one time he lost the gnome, right? Oh my God, he's talking about all the times he lost the gnome. Look at all the stupid shit that can happen. Watch. Look at all the stupid shit that can happen. He put down the gnome so he could go click on Alex, so she'll do her goddamn RP so you can move the goddamn chapter for her, right? Look what happens. The stupid ass storm blows his gnome away. You don't know what it is because you've not done the gnome achieve. I've seen somebody try to do the gnome achieve for many thousands of hours or whatever it took. I mean, it wasn't thousands, it was hundreds. But still, like I watched somebody try to do this for hundreds of hours. And look at all the stupid shit that can happen. Like, for instance, the fucking explosion in the sky knocked the gnome away from you where you can't get to it anymore. And that ended his 100 and, or whatever it is, I don't know, his 28-hour run or something. That ended his 28-hour run all the way through Half-Life 2 original episode, and then episode 1, and then episode 2, and you're at the end of the goddamn game. This is the end of the game. He lost the gnome, and this is why this is so funny. It's funny, but you don't know what it is. Anybody who's done the achievement is probably laughing like me. They're like, oh no, I can't laugh at this because I call them piece of shit developers. I'm sure my best friend can laugh at this thing, but I can't laugh at this. I call them piece of shit developers when I see something like this. This guy has put 32 hours of his life. 32 hours. You didn't pay for those hours. You didn't feed him for those 32 hours, piece of shit software developer, anything like that. And he's doing the gnome achieve like you want him to. He's dancing through the hoops like safety dance correctly. And he's at the end of the run. And he puts down the goddamn gnome so he can pick up a box to block bullets like you want him to. And the goddamn storm of the RP blew the goddamn gnome away, and he lost 32 hours or something like that. And yeah, I watched that happen to my best friend something like 5 times. Not that particular thing, but I mean like that sort of thing. There it is. When the RP explosion goes off in the sky, it's an actual physics explosion in the Source engine, which is dope. I mean, you know, episode 2, people forget, but episode 2 was part of Valve's interest in kind of showing off what the Source engine could do, so they could push games like Rust and Gary's Mod. So this is not only like an RP ending to Half-Life 2, it's also a tech demo for the Source engine's physics, right? And that's, you know, that's Gabe Newell trying to do 2 things at once. It's a smart nerd. He's getting two birds stoned at once. And but this also blew the goddamn gnome away and wasted a 32-hour run. There it goes. Now you hear that sound? You hear that sound? Hear that sound? I love this sound. It's the moment of a human screaming in panic and anger and rage. I love this sound. I do it on my stream all the time. Like, watch. He realized as it went off, and he started screaming no, and then and by the time he sees the gnome flying past his face in the huge physics explosion, he's screaming in real life, probably so loud, and I've done this before, that the neighbors down the street start fucking like going outside their house and looking to see what happened. Because this is a 32-hour run, something. Hardcore characters are about the same, really. As I'm sure some people scream pretty loud when they lose a hardcore character, right? But I mean, this guy, he's not doing a hardcore character. He's doing the Gnome Achieve run. To lose the 32-hour Gnome Achieve run at the end of the run, 10 seconds from the end, is this sort of smack you in the fucking face, fuck you, my wonderful customer, piece of shit software developer thing to do. That my best friend has a much better temperament. You know, he's not as negative of a person as I am, right? He would be like, oh man, that's a tough one. Yeah, that's a tough one that you did, Gabe. Why did you blow the gnome away from this guy as he ends his gnome run, right? And ends his run. You can hear him screaming like he just got stabbed, because basically he did have his heart stabbed by Gabe Newell. And I watch software developers do shit like this, waste 32 hours of your goddamn time on some fucking thing. And honestly, the real problem about it is Gabe Newell couldn't foresee the gnome being blown. Nobody can. I have some sympathy for the developers, which is why I don't stalk through their goddamn offices with a shotgun or whatever. But I mean, watching the gnome blow away, wasting a 32-hour run, is so criminally, negligently fucking negligent that I almost want a prosecution for something like that, right? To waste 32 hours of some man's time because you can't remember to not like physics the gnome off the screen or whatever is so egregiously wasteful of another human's time that it should actually literally be some kind of tortious negligence charge. I'm dead serious about that. To waste a man's 32 hours like it was nothing like that. Now, can Gabe Newell be the kind of man who has a third eye that can see so deeply that he can foresee a gnome being blown out by the RP at the end of episode 2? No, he's not that omnipresent. He's not that, and he was one of the main devs of Valve's Half-Life 2, I believe. You know, or at least I think he was on the team. I think. I don't know. Maybe he's the Valve side of it. I don't know what it is, but anyways, he was on that team, I believe. That's what made them famous. Was Half-Life. It was so good, it made them famous. He invented shooters essentially. I wouldn't say Doom was a real shooter. I think Half-Life 1 was a real shooter. So You know, so people don't talk about this, but you know, they have significantly lengthened the GeForce Now kickout to like 20 minutes or something, and this has made the product, like, that has made the only complaint with the product go away. I love GeForce Now. I think GeForce Now is the greatest thing to ever happen to gaming. I invested in Nvidia with no shame, no guilt, no fear, nothing. I was like, I believe in what the fuck you're doing. You have given me 120 frames gaming, no matter what the game is, no matter how shitty the developer is. You know, it keeps coming up how shitty the developers are. But I mean, okay, so let's finish what I was going to say. Gabe Newell is not God. There's no way that the Half-Life team could have foreseen the gnome being blown away by the RP of that cutscene. They just start. They're not God. They can't foresee that happening. We get angry at them when they can't predict that, you know? And I have some sympathy for them about this. But my problem is why is the gnome something that, you know, could be blown away by a grenade blast or something like that? Why is the gnome being hit by an explosion in the sky? I guess that's how powerful they wanted that explosion in the sky to be. They wanted all of the stuff in the surrounding terrain to blow away from where it was, I guess. But I mean, when you're doing that, when you're doing the scene and you're designing the scene, and you, as a developer, you decide that you're going to blow all the physics on that scene, so every last crumb and every last dust and every last empty bent beer can and everything that's in the scene goes blasting around like dust and stuff, and you get this feeling that something really crazy just happened in the sky. I'm sympathetic to that, but I don't think it's that big of a logic jump to be like, well, what do you not want to be blown around and reach the gnome? But I can't fault them for not foreseeing it. They're not Sherlock Holmes. They're not omnipresent. They're not God. They can't foresee that explosion in the sky blowing the gnome away and wasting that nerd's 32 hours of his life, right? It's like a 32-hour run or something, the gnome run. It takes a long time. You have to be very careful and very meticulous. And I want to fault the developer for that gnome being blown away by that explosion. And I want to fault the developer for all of this stuff, but you can't build a false world without unexpected consequences. Consult Dwarf Fortress if you don't believe me. The recent video about Dwarf Fortress that Frederick Knudsen did about how the elephants fight the elephants fight the dwarves, and and they pass the save around to the other people in the community, and people get to play the same save. And so the first owner, the first guy who gets the first save, he decides to let the elephant live because he doesn't believe in murdering elephants, right? But this ends up becoming this terrible race war between the elephants and the dwarves by year 1200 or something like that. 1200 years pass, and a whole bunch of generations of dwarves happen, and a bunch of people pass the save around, and then the elephants get out of control, and eventually they're just storming the palace full of dwarves over and over again, and going into these Nazi controlled like RimWorld like murder machines, and getting chopped up into elephant bacon and fed to the new dwarves that are being bred to fight the elephants on the front lines and shit like this. And this like elephant versus dwarf like Matrix like level of like, you know, humans versus machine war happens, where the elephants are trying to wipe out the dwarves by stomping through their temples all the time and all this shit, and the dwarves are trying to just murder the elephants by setting traps at the doors of their dwarf fortresses and all this. It actually was hilarious. It was hilarious. The whole story really was pretty funny. And so I don't know where I'm going with this, but so the developer couldn't possibly foresee what happened with that it was called Boat Murder. The town that was passed around, the save that was passed around was called Boat Murdered. And yeah, the dwarves were boat murdered, because eventually the elephants were like stomping all their boats and crushing them while they were trying to row away in the boats. They were like boat murdered. The AI, like the computer, when it generated the dwarf Fortress world, it like gave the name Boat Murder to the fucking town, and then the town lived up to it because the original owner let a single elephant live, and for somehow, some way, the single elephant found a way to breed in the nearby hills, and then they just kept breeding, and the first owner didn't even see the elephants for his whole entire run. So the second owner takes the save, but the elephants are starting to show up, and by the third or fourth guy that gets to play the save, there's like these armies of elephants outside that are like intelligent, and they know that the dwarves are like making bad battle plans, and they're like moving away from the door and shit like this. When the dwarves come with fire to burn them, the elephants move away from the door and stuff like this, which is actually so funny. And like and I thought that actually was so funny, and that's that's a good example of how the developers of Dwarf Fortress couldn't possibly have foreseen that. They just couldn't have foreseen that that could happen. They're not God. They don't have ultimate sight. And so I do have some sympathy for them, but some of these are so simple. Like, why would the gnome be subjective to any force at all if you base the hardest achievement in gaming history on it? And so I err on the side of pessimism here, where I fault the developer still. I'm like, why is the gnome able to be blown around by anything in the terrain? Because there's like, I mean, it makes sense from a grenade standpoint. I think you could probably differentiate between the gnome being able to be blown around by a grenade as opposed to the gnome being blown around by your crazy physics in your RP scene. Nope, there it goes. Yep. So now when he did this, it blew the gnome some crazy place and he couldn't find it. Now you don't know what's happening because you've never seen the gnome machine trying to be like executed, but I knew what was going to happen. Some crazy grenade or some red barrel that he used just blew the goddamn gnomes to Timbuktu, and we don't know where the gnome is. Yeah, it's gone. Bye. Yeah, sorry.
There's things down there. Oh, shit. See if I can launch it down into the hole, not in front of my face.
Oh god, there's a zombie on top of you. What the fuck was that? Or no, that was Alex.
Yeah, I accidentally blew up a propane tank in my face.
Yeah. So anyways, and this is just highlights of his actual run, but I mean, yeah. So you pick up a gnome and you carry it around. I don't know why. I know why there isn't a lot of videos of this, because it is the hardest achievement in gaming, I think. So one of the ways you can lose the gnome battle is if you set down your controller. The left trigger could place the gnome down. The right trigger could fire your pistol or whatever, the base weapon that they give you at the start of the game, right? That will invalidate your gnome run because you can't fire a weapon on the gnome run. That invalidates it. Now, the achievement doesn't tell you that. The achievement does not warn you that if you fire a weapon, you have invalidated your gnome run. That had to be found out by the community, which means the nerds, like my best friend, for years and years and years, chase the gnome run. I don't respect when people do stuff like this. Speed running and such. I don't really like it when people fixate like this. I don't think it's healthy.
Those hairstyles. I'm not saying
Yeah. So anyways.
I'm now defined by how much...
So yeah, so like, you know, these single player RPGs, they're just not really 2025. They're a style from 2001, 96. Just like these Diablo games that they keep trying to sell us. And I know that these kids are dumber because they're tablet brain rotted. And I don't mean that to insult them. I mean, I say it in despair and in a belief that is something that we can fix one day. Yeah, their lack of intelligence is leading them to believe that game styles from 1996 that were made because of hardware restrictions as opposed to actual execution of a good game are now being sold as, you know, $60, $70 brand new modern games. But I don't want to do Sabin from Final Fantasy VI. That's from 1994. I'm sorry. I know what you're ripping off. I know the game I know the game that you ripped off. I know your source. I know where you got Clair Obscur. It's not good enough. Make it a live service. Make it 4-player then. If you had made it 4-player, I might say it's the greatest RPG of the top 5 or whatever. But no. Like, for instance, Disco Elysium somehow managed to break the trope that video game writers can't write. Because they can't. They can't write. They cannot write a good story. Disco Elysium was really super good. Maybe there's been a few others, but I don't really think so. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe like Heavy Rain. Or, what's that one that my old mod bought me? I forgot. Detroit Become Human. There's been a few that have good stories that I do believe in, you know. But it's very, very rare. Disco proved that some third-party studio that had absolutely no money, they were literally a commie art commune with no money, came up with the best storyline of any video game of all time. And it's proof that these software developers are kind of pieces of shit. They're kind of negligent, and they don't really do the job that they do need to do. Now, is it their fault that they can't write good stories? No, probably not.
Much I love Clair Obscur, but y'all can refer to me as James Jeptamis.
Maybe I should give this game another chance. I was drunk when I tried to play this game, and I was like, I don't know. But I think turn-based is something I don't want to do anymore. I don't think I do. I'm fairly sure I don't. It's kind of like isometric. I won't do isometric. To me, that's industry scam. These guys don't see it. They've been tricked by these software developers. These software developers, I swear to God, they take the AI and they literally write an AI model like, hey AI, how do we rip off the kids without pissing them off? Lazily. Now, they don't say these exact words, but they're like, how can we not spend any money or any resources, but still come up with a modern style of game with a style from many, many years ago so that we don't have to do any work? And the AI is like, well, we know that Sabin was extremely popular on Final Fantasy VI, and no one's ever iterated on that. I swear to God, this is what they do. I know it's what they do. I know because I can do this, so they do it. I guarantee it. The AI comes back, and they want a real answer, so they let the AI think for a while. You know, they do. They want like a real answer. And the AI comes back, and it's like, well, I know that you're not very creative, and I am, so I'm going to be like, okay, well, here's my idea of how to fix this. We know that Final Fantasy VI had Sabin. Sabin was a hit. You never ever did Sabin again except for a couple of titles on PlayStation 1 like Legend of Dragoon and such. And those games all were big smash hits as well, because people do like trying to play an RPG like a Street Fighter game. Why don't you just copy the style of Sabin from Final Fantasy VI with modern graphics and do the music quality of a Final Fantasy VII remaster and tell a story with an open world that's just as big as I would say Final Fantasy VII, and I will make that for you. That's the other thing. The AI is like, I can make that for you, master. Would you like me to? No, the AI is like, I will build a bare bones world for you that has all of these features. And the software developer's like, yeah, build a world that looks like, and I know this is what modern game development is. I'm convinced it is. I know it is, because that's the products that they come out with. And so, and it doesn't have the hand-drawn, hand-lovingly designed world that Final Fantasy VII Remastered, original 7, OG 7 has. It just has a really beautiful, big open world that is pleasing to play. It does have cool connections like Elden Ring, and does have cool lore like, 7. And so it ticks the boxes. But the problem is, nothing in it is new. It's all stew from a pot that we used to eat in the 90s. That's my takeaway. It's all stew that's been DNA and AI'd up. It's had its DNA changed and frozen for 50 years or whatever, 30 years, 20 years. It's been frozen for 20 years in some freezer, and we thawed it out, and we added some condensed milk, and we lovingly baked it at certain temperatures and all this stuff. But it's still the same stew that I ate in 1994. I want something new.
From now on. Well, let's see what.
I'm sorry. I feel this way about Musao's. I feel this way about like third-person games, Souls-likes, right? The Souls-likes, I think, like as soon as New World hit the market, I was like, well, why would I ever play Elden Ring or any Souls-like ever again? Souls-likes end. I mean, they don't really end because you can just keep doing first, single player, new game pluses over and over and over again, like Bloodborne, which I did. I did Bloodborne like 3 times or something, but or 2.5, I think it was, and I did Elden Ring 1.5 because I know that it ends. I know that I see all of the terrain. I know that I see all the bosses that matter. I know that it ends. Whereas New World, you don't really know how a run might go. You don't really know how a merc might go if there's not enough people. You don't know how long it's going to take you to raise 100,000 gold to buy 2 more trophies, and that means chopping wood all over the world, and you learn places you would never know, and all this other stuff. And so why would I ever play an Elden Ring ever again? I feel this way about Elden Ring Night Rain. I don't think I need to play Elden Ring Night Rain. I didn't think I needed to play Elden Ring. And this is a crisis and the publishers are not aware of this. I don't think the developers are aware of this. There's a crisis coming for the industry where they are sort of having AI deliver us slop from 1994 isometric games like Diablo 4 and fucking like Last Oasis or whatever it is that L named game is, that's like a Diablo online MMO game, Lost something or another, Lost Ark, right? Yeah, Lost Ark. I think Lost Ark was a ripoff game. I think Elden Ring's DLC was a ripoff, but not the game itself. I think particularly because the goddamn content should have just been in the goddamn game. They shouldn't have charged me a whole nother $60 for just a DLC. That is fucking scamming. It's Griftonomics. So, I'm like, well, then why should I ever play any From Software title ever? I mean, I probably will, but I mean, like, but why should I, though? Why should I play a From Software title over New World, which doesn't charge me any money to give me a superior game that never ends, that has cooler things, like you can get, I'll tell you why New World is cooler than Elden Ring. Because in Elden Ring, you can't get a trophy that makes you do 5% extra damage to any mob in the game. But you can do that in New World if you grind 5,000 to 10,000 gold and blow it on a trophy. Now, 5,000 to 10,000 gold isn't that much money to people who've been doing MMOs all their lives like me, but it is a lot of money to anybody who just plays it for a few hours every week or whatever. And so, so New World is a better game because eventually, playing it forever, you do get trophies that give you crazy things like 5% more damage to all mobs, That's why New World's better.
Right.
They know when they designed it. They knew it. That's why they named it New World. They're like, here's a new world in the MMO industry that will not put you through the other shit that other games did. And they were right about this, but the problem was they also had terrible problems in the PvP community, and they were lazy, and they kind of used us to sell an engine, and they kind of did the Star Citizen thing a little bit. But the game is playable and is fun and is good and has good music and is really beautiful still, and all this other stuff. So what do we do? Do we continue to buy games like Clair Obscur, trying to I would say it's a form of necromancy, kind of. It's a form of necro. It's like we eat the stew that we used to eat in 1994. And yeah, we boil it up with a UE5 engine, like this Oblivion game that I'm playing, but it's still the goddamn stew that we ate in 1994, or 99 or whatever. And now I like this stew, and I like revisiting the stew, and I like eating the stew over and over again. It's a really fucking good stew, but it is the stew that we've been eating since 1999,
quality. So where does that leave the topic at hand? Did I just demonstrate that the
I need something new. And Claire Obscura was not it. You want to say it's new. It's not. I've been playing Claire Obscura all of my goddamn life. I played Claire Obscura in a different form, and it was called Octopath Traveler 1.
That if you just stop complaining and keep at it, you'll suddenly stop struggling? Have I, through dint of my adaptability and, let's face it, sheer natural talent, single-handedly laid to rest the Dark Souls needs an easy mode debate? If I can do it, anyone can, right? Hell, is my argument for a filter demo invalid after having broken through? Is accessibility itself a lie? Are disabled people really faking it for the lucrative benefit payouts like the Daily Mail warned us? God, maybe I need to rethink my whole outlook on life. Maybe disadvantaged people don't need help. Maybe Keir Starmer doesn't vote Tory. Maybe Alien Ant Farm didn't produce the superior version of Billie Jean. Wait, what am I saying? The lyrical delivery of Dryden Vera Mitchell is beyond...
I saw Alien Ant Farm perform this song in Denver, Colorado, right down the street from where I lived all of my goddamn life, most of my life anyways, at Herman's Hideaway, and they played this song, and it brought the house down, because it is better than Michael Jackson. It's better than Michael Jackson. The band was maybe better than Michael Jackson. They actually had, like, some good songs.
Let's stop getting carried away. Look, I'll admit that after I started to really get the hang of Claire Obscure, I did legit wonder if I needed to rethink some of what I said. If I had indeed been wrong about the need for more accessibility or filtered demos. But it didn't take long before I realised what I was doing. I was going down the same path that gatekeeping get-gooders go down when they try to apply universal standards based on their own subjective experiences.
Here, I'll pull the show. Alien Ant Farm. Herman's Hideaway. I had the flyer on my wall for 5 years or something like that. Herman's Hideaway. That would have been July 19, 2015. Yeah. I saw Alien Ant Farm July 19th. I think it was, I was like, July 20th is Alien Ant Farm. Oh, God, you know what it was? So July 19th was Alien Ant Farm, and July 20th, I think, was one of my other favorite bands. Or I don't like Alien Ant Farm that much, actually, but I do like this band a lot. They're called Taproot. I fucking love Taproot. Taproot was a big band for me. They were, I mean, Taproot was intensely nu metal influential on me. Taproot was a fucking good band, better than Slipknot maybe. I love Taproot. Nobody's like Taproot. Taproot was just as distinctive as the Deftones were. They were just as distinctive in the scene as the Deftones were. I love Taproot. And Taproot's another sort of Alien Ant Farm band like that. So I have been planning on going to Taproot for like a year and 10 months. And then what was it? I think they were like, you have to work or you're gonna lose your job. And I was like, no, I want to go to Taproot. It's $5. I was like, no, please don't make me choose between my job and Taproot, please. I was like, no, please, can't I get a day off? And they're like, there's nobody to cover you. You got to work or we'll fire your ass. And I was like, no. And they're like, you're a delivery man. You got to move this food. And I was like, oh, really? And I was like, damn it, I can't lose my job over Taproot, but I really wanted to go to that fucking show. I didn't get to see the Taproot show. My friends went to the Taproot show. I bought them tickets. I bought 5 tickets to fucking Taproot. And I sent my inner circle. And I was like, you have to see Taproot live. You got to see Taproot live. They'll change you. And I bought them all fucking tickets to Taproot because it was $5. I went on down. I walked down to Herman's Hideaway. It's like 3 blocks from where I live. And like fucking, and I like, you know, and I bought 5 tickets for $25 to goddamn Taproot. And I just handed them out to my crew and they went to Taproot and I didn't. Just more proof of how, like, if there's something bad that can happen, it will. I had another situation like that. The like BP gas station was like, you have to work this shift. And I was like, I have tickets that I won from KBPI 1067 to go see Tool at the fucking Pepsi Center backstage, VIP, get to meet the band. Right? And I was like, I am going to Tool. I was like 18. And my ex-girlfriend was a Tool fanatic. She was like, Tool was her reason to live. And, you know, it probably still is. And, like, she loved Maynard more than she loved me. I do not feel shame saying this. She loved Maynard probably more than Jesus. She really loves Maynard. She loves Tool. She fanatically loved Tool. And so what did I do? I called the radio station for weeks. I called the radio station trying to win these backstage passes because for weeks they kept handing them out. Every week they were like, 1067, we're giving away backstage passes to Tool, like 12 passes over like 5 weeks or something like that. And so I kept calling. I was like, please, I need the tickets. I need the tickets. You don't understand. I need these tickets. And somehow my energy or something got through because I won those fucking tickets. I went on down to the goddamn Clear Channel station in the back of, I don't know, it was out there in Northglenn or something. And I was like, this can't be real. I can't believe I won Tool tickets. But I did. I won Tool tickets. So then my boss was like, you have to work the shift. And I was like, I can't work the shift. Tool goes live at 7. I work graveyard. I can't show up at 10 p.m. And he was like, if you don't, we'll have to shut down the gas station and I'll fire your ass. And I was like, oh no. And so I was like, okay, give the ticket to your best friend. And so my ex-A and her best friend, oh God, who was that? I forgot her name now. Oh, I don't remember. She was hot though. She was a goth girl. And so my ex-girlfriend and her best friend went to Tool without me. Maynard signed her tits. Maynard signed her fucking tits. She got a fucking picture for me. And we had that picture on my goddamn wall all of my life until some fucking shitty cop threw my box of stuff away. But I had that picture of my ex-girlfriend's tits with Maynard across it. And I couldn't go to Tool because if something bad can happen to somebody, it'll happen to me. It doesn't matter what it is. Get the Tool tickets. Can't go. Can't go. When you live around me enough, when you watch this stream long enough, you're going to see this. You're going to see if something bad can happen to me, it will. You're going to see it. You're going to see it a lot. You're going to see the proof of it. It's unfortunate, but it is true. It's cooler disease. I've got cooler disease. I'm cooler than you, but I'm also a cooler. It's autism. It's you know, it's Asperger's. I'm cooler than you, but I'm also a loser. Got to go to Cloud Top to get a book. Works for me. Wait, no, so now you're not tracking anymore. So I can go and get the book. Ooh. Are they free? They are free. Oh, now this one is stealing. Do you ever go away? Probably not. Just picking some locks. Don't mind me. Mysticism. I can just take these, huh? It is worth something. I wish I had torches or something.
Like, Just because I got better at the game, that doesn't automatically mean everyone else will as well. If I can do it, anyone can is the kind of statement that sounds self-deprecating on the surface, but there is in fact a pointedly arrogant sentiment behind it. It's placing a personal experience as a universally applicable barometer that assumes a lot about everybody else, and has a bit of a ladder-pulling vibe to it, suggesting any needs greater than yours are beneath consideration. I'm sure almost all of us have used that phrase before. I know I have, but this subject got me thinking that it actually is quite an insensitive statement. Clair Obscur is worth putting in the work to get the hang of it, if you can. Some people will never get the time.
I don't like this style of RPG anymore. It's got to look a lot more entertaining than this, too. Like, this thing needs to be prowling around in the background and jumping in and shit like this. It doesn't need to be sitting here like this.
I mean, some people don't have the motor function.
Yeah,
Some people don't
it's just sitting there because it's a lazy game.
have the time. And that's
Yeah, I'm sorry.
advantage, a privilege I have that not everybody gets. I can justify working to get the hang of it because this is literally my work. I have the time.
I wonder, let's watch a review for Octopath Traveler 2, and I wonder if they give it full voice, because if they do, I think Octopath might be a really good game. Let's go see. Yeah, how was that? How was Octopath Traveler 2, huh? Traditional turn-based JRPG. Yeah, it was fairly... Yeah, let's do a Mortismo. Whatever.
Side of things, I think all of the stories are really
I watched this already, huh?
Those magic types. Hitting them with the things they are vulnerable to will of course deal more damage, but it will also eat into their shield points. Once an enemy's shield points are completely gone, they enter the broken status, which robs them of their next few turns.
Nope. I was just giving my first impression. Sorry. I played games like that all of my life. I'm not doing it again. You know, I really appreciate Aisha Tyler's character on Archer Lana. I think Lana had a very profound effect upon my personality. Like, ever since season 1, Lana goes, nope! And you can tell that that's not, like, the writer, that's the actress. And so I think Aisha Tyler might actually be incredibly fucking, like influential on me, on my personality, kind of. Because I find myself, like, doing Aisha Tylerisms all the fucking time. Like, nope! Hard nope! Not hard. Like, and she has to hard nope Archer all the time. It's Archer. He's trying to shoot some spies and fuck some bitches. And that's all he's trying to do. And that, and like, that's like, you know, so constantly she's like, hard nope, you know, all the time, like, nope, 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 no, you know, she like, and not just that, but there's all these other things, like the way she's like, the way she's like, no, you did the stupid thing, like, you did the stupid thing, not me, you know, like, and a very self-assured person, very, very, very aware of when, like, for instance, I did it recently. This guy, like, happened to mention in a Final Fantasy XI party that he disliked Bastockins. Now, I'm a Bastock convert. I started Windy, but I went Bastock, which means it shows you an idea of how much I like Bastock. I actually really love Bastock. I'm pro Bastock. I got angry, and I was like, I like Bastock, you know, whatever. And you know, this is a common fight in Final Fantasy XI, where you're from, what city you're from. Kind of like gangs. Like, what set do you throw? What city are you from, right? And sometimes they'll diss you. They'll be like, your city is full of sewers. Or your city is just Irish bagpipes. Or your city is just, you know, fucking midgets or something. I don't mean that in a terrible, like, disparaging way to, like, you know, little people. I mean that, like, Tarus are literally midgets. They are only, I think, like 9 inches tall or something. Yeah, they're like 9 inches tall. So, I mean, if there was a real use for midget, I think it should be 9-inch tall or whatever. Because, yeah, like, little people are little people. Tarus are smaller than that. They're like the size of a softball, maybe. Maybe a little bigger. No, right? I'd say about the size of, like, I don't know, like a soccer ball. They're like the size of a soccer ball. Which is about half the size of somebody with dwarfism. So, I'm talking about that. Like, I don't know what other word to call that. Like, somebody who really is, like, midget, because midget also is a descriptive term. Midget is not just a terrible epithet. It's also a descriptive term to describe something really small. And so, I don't know, I think of it as, like, midget, even though I don't like that word, you know, it's like Tarus are like midgets because they're like fucking 9 inches tall or something, right? And so, so you might get a terrible, like sort of like epithet lace thing about like Tarus in Final Fantasy XI because they're so small, you know? And you'll hear homophobic things about Galkas because they don't have any females in their race. And you'll hear lesbian things about Mithras because they don't have any males in their race. And it's a very, very progressive game in that respect. The Japanese are a very progressive society in that respect. And and that comes shining through in Final Fantasy XI, the most Japanese game I've ever played, and I really mean that too. Oh, no, that's not true. That would be like Ninja Goemon or whatever on the N64. But they're like, I played a lot of Japanese games, but Final Fantasy XI is like the most Japanese sensible game, sense game. And so where somebody's from in Final Fantasy XI comes up a lot. And I had this other guy so he aggroed a ghost at the end of our run and damn near killed us. And he was like, "Damn, Bastokins." And I was like, "No." I pulled the Aisha Tyler right in the chat. I was like, "No. And that's an Aisha Tylerism. I know it is. It's no. No. You. That's also a South Parkism, kind of. It's also like a Matt and Trey thing. No. The Bastokin did not pull the ghost. The Bastokin's been here fighting the ghost. I did not fucking pull this ghost. This is a Sandy person who pulled this ghost. Do not blame Bastok on you pulling a ghost. And you'll find them doing stuff like this. You'll find them like engaging in fallacy, blaming like Trump for the fact that the Democrats lied about Sleepy Joe or whatever. You know, and it's just weird. No, you guys just told a bunch of lies. What did you think was going to happen? It's stupid. So, like, you know, and the Republicans lie all the fucking time. They lie about how much they kibitz with China, Russia. They lie all the time. They just lie. So it's just, you know, I don't know. So, I don't know. So all the time. So I pulled this Aisha Tylerism and I cracked up an entire party in the P chat. They were all laughing, and it was like a Bastok did not pull that ghost. You pulled that ghost, Sandy. You know, there's 3 cities in 11. It's Sandy, Bastok, and Puma. Yeah, you want a fist fight, kitty? Have a cat fight? We have a cat fight. That's what you call a cat fight. I am such a bitch character. I just bitch slap you 3 times. It's hilarious. It's like, what? 4 times. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 times. I bitch slap you 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's not a bad swing, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. The hell is this thing? Nice, I'm here. Do you have things? Ooh, shard remains. Fingers of the mountain. What the hell is this thing? I suppose I should read Fingers of the Mountain. I wouldn't normally do this, but since I have an audience, I will. Fingers of the Mountain. Sounds kinky. It's not a real book. You have all these other hundreds of books. You don't want to write a book for the quest that's about a book? Alright, let's get the fuck out of here now. Vile Varin. I need mana. Mana.
Portion out several hours of just
From heaven.
replaying battles on easy until I finally get with the program. And to give you an idea of the level of privilege we're talking here, even though this is my job, I still had to carve that practice time out of my schedule. Not only do I cover all sorts of other games, this isn't the only thing I do for work, and I had to sandwich this game between writing gigs and consulting meetings. On top of that, I've had wrestling training, a demanding family life, a twat of a landlord to deal with. Hell, even as I've tried to type this paragraph in the script, one of my primary partner's kids popped in to visit and started yammering on at me about Fortnite. And in the time I've had free between that, I've had one of my fucking migraines taking me out of commission. All this is to say, mate, it's
Star
my job
Wars.
to play video
Fortnite
games,
Star
and
Wars. I
I
played it
barely have
yesterday.
time to play video
Star
games.
Wars is
I
back.
talk a
Star
lot
Wars
about
is back.
abilities as they
You gotta do
relate
Star
to
Wars
physical
Fortnite.
and neurological,
I
and
do.
rightly
I
so,
do.
But we need to always remember that a person's ability to do something can be affected by anything. People have jobs. People have kids. In a literal sense, these
Yep.
are disabling factors. People have all sorts of
These are
responsibilities
disabling
and
factors.
restrictions, situational
Run.
disabilities, taking their time away
Save.
from them, and that's one huge reason why simply
Nope.
steering get good at someone is such an ignorant, selfish, and frankly stupid thing to do.
It's
All
true.
it really does is confess that you have nothing going on.
I don't
And while
say
that may
things
be
like this.
enviable from one perspective, like mate, you've nothing going on. I find it ironic that any self-proclaimed fan of Clay Obscure would adopt a get-good attitude towards the game to begin with, considering the narrative themes it has. I won't go into spoilers, but I'll say that the elitist gatekeeping of get-gooders is a specific type of fuck you got mine attitude that reeks of not caring how bad a time anyone else has, so long as you're taken care of, and that individualistic ladder-yanking bullshit is an explicit antagonistic force in Clay Obscure. I don't care how good you are at the mechanics of the game. If you have no respect for what Expedition 33 means when it repeats for those who come after, then I can say you're worse at it than I'll ever be. Fuck's sake, the sheer amount of times that story highlights the importance of using your progress to make life easier for those behind you. Come on! Also, the very fact Expedition 33 had an easy mode is a crucial factor. Not just an easy mode, in fact, but one you can switch to and from at any time with no penalty. The existence of story mode as a set of training wheels is an undeniably massive reason I had the breathing space to get better at it, and knowing I could put those wheels back on if I truly needed them gave me the confidence I needed to push forward on Expeditioner mode. Gosh, it's almost as if game and player both benefit from access to an easy difficulty setting or something. A lot of talk is had about we, the players, getting good at games, but games themselves should be good at letting their players learn. Lies of P is a cleverly designed game that I had a lot of fun playing despite how combat emphasizes parry mechanics. I've said in the past I can't parry in games. It's something I've always struggled with, especially because parries are treated by almost every game as one of the hardest things to do.
Good
the
fight.
Riskiest thing.
That was a good fight. See, the combat in this game is good. Like, I like the combat in this game. It's good, like Mortal type combat, you know, and it has frame rate. Like this movement that this character has, that's the movement that needs to be in Mortal, and Mortal would take off. These guys drop torches. Can't seem to get torches. No. Damn it. Nice potion of healing is good. Enemies nearby. Enemies nearby? Oh yeah, this stupid crab or whatever glitches that bed. Where are you, crab? Wow, remember how many arrows that used to take? The levels really matter. Yeah, that was it. It was the slaughterfish that was causing it. I do like this game. I think it's like a 9. I like this game. It's definitely in the top like 50 for me. Probably played a lot. What do you mean? I just waited. What other enemies? There's no enemies. That guy? Are you talking about that guy? Is he an enemy? No, that's a guard, I think. Oh, maybe over there. Oh, there. There it is. They have optimized this game better. Much, much better. Something changed. Yeah, I don't know why I would ever nerf this game on GeForce Now. I'm going to change it. Yep, if that's what you think, then that's what we'll do. I don't know. I didn't feel like I could get good frame rates before, but it seems like they've optimized in the last like few days. Like better. I don't know what's different, but I like this fire. It looks good. I like that I feel like I'm in like Tamriel. Like Rust.
In exchange for the biggest reward. Therefore, in most games, parrying is prohibitive by design. But Lies of P is so good at communicating the right timings for counterattacks, and so steady in the way it raises the difficulty of them, that it got me comfortable with them in a way no other game ever has. They knew if they wanted parrying to be more integral to the game, they had to make it more accessible. I'm still not good at...
Is Lies of P on Xbox? Lies of P. Oops. It is. No, it is, but no. I thought Fallen Order might be good. But I also don't like EA.
Parrying. If a game wants to exclude me via a strict and punishing parry system, it'll do so with ease. But a game like Lies of P goes a long way toward demystifying the mechanic. Accessibility isn't just about making tweaks in an option menu. Sometimes all it takes to make a mechanic accessible is to communicate it in a way more people can pass. My favourite ever game next to Silent Hill 2 is Bloodborne, which places a lot of importance on parrying as well, but ties the mechanic to a ranged weapon, which makes it feel safer even if it's still risky. This little alteration goes a long way in making a player like me step out of their comfort zone. It's not what we traditionally think of when we talk about accessibility, but yeah, I'd say that Bloodborne's guns, in a pure sense of the word, make parrying more accessible by nudging the player's perspective. Oh, and by making them so goddamn satisfying to pull off, emphasizing the reward element to such a degree that you risk parrying not because you need to, but because you want to feel every bit a classy ass kicking class ass you are. That said, Bloodborne has alternative options, with a perfectly effective dodge, and I still relied more on evasion than gunfire whenever I've played it, until Lies of P, and the way it acclimated me to parrying in a way not even Bloodborne had. Lies of P is far from perfect, but for all its flaws, there is a lot to be said for a game that's so good at communicating a mechanic, it arms you with a level of skill and confidence you can take into every other game in its genre. It's all very well
Nice.
getting good, but show me a game that knows how to get its players good, and I'll show you a game truly worth getting good at. On that note, it also needs to be said that yes, Clay Obscure is worth the work I put in, and some games, you know, aren't. And those games can get in the bin. That's subjective, hell that's the point, all of this is subjective, but basically it's a good idea for some games to have difficulty and accessibility settings simply because they might just not be good enough for someone to justify getting good at it. A huge reason I invested so much time into Clay Obscure was specifically that it was amazing in every way I wanted it to be, save for the fact I couldn't play it. One reason I think a filter demo is a good idea for players, if not businesses, is not just to find out if they can play the game, but if learning to play it would even be a fun idea. If Clay Obscure were any less brilliant, I don't know if I'd have ever gotten back to it. It seems like a redundant thing to say. Of course a game being good to begin with is important to one's desire to learn it, but in an era where difficulty is often heralded as an inherently positive trait, where games sell themselves on how hard they are as opposed to how good they are, I want to make it very clear that with the limited time we all have, games should be earning our willingness to get good at them in the first place. And Expedition 33 made me very willing. Oh, another tip my colleague Laura K. Dale let me know about is that there is a consistent audio cue for enemy attacks. It's just very subtle and tends to get lost in the battle music. A tip going around is to turn music completely off until you get the audio cue in your head, then gradually increase the battle volume as you play. I've personally not had much luck with that since I've gotten more used to anticipating attacks by sight now, plus just turning that amazing soundtrack off for a minute made me feel like some sort of monstrous ear criminal, but it's an option if you're struggling. And if you're struggling, that's okay. And if you can't play certain games, that's not on you. The notion of empathy is under assault lately, propagandized by the usual fashy wingnuts who stand to gain something from a culture that emphasizes selfishness and demonizes understanding the needs of others. But fuck that. People struggle, people have needs, and it is not a bad thing when video games account for those unique needs, no matter how many ladder-pulling creeps try to claim otherwise. It would be easy to just say, fuck you, got mine. I got better at Clay Obscure, I am playing it and loving it, and I'm abso-bloody-lutely delighted, but that's not good enough for me, because this brilliant, wonderful game deserves to be played by anyone who wants to, and anyone who wants to deserves to play it as well. And there are people who are still struggling with it, for any number of situations that don't mirror mine and can't simply be equated to mine. So I still hope Expedition 33 gets more accessibility options, more tweaks, more of whatever it takes to make its combat more approachable. Not for me, for those who come after. And that's that. I might end up doing a video specifically on parries at some point. I've been thinking of other interesting examples, like the counter system in the Arkham series, but for now I hope you liked this one. The response to the last one outside of the Get Gooders was really, well, good. It's a shame about the territorial little twats, and I hope they work on their projected insecurities at some point. But as for me, I've got an expedition to get back to, so thank God for me, and I'll see you next time. We continue. So classy.
Drive active.
We're gonna dive straight in with our mate.
Approaching station.
Defiance is a sci-fi.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
What is the worst MMO ever? A question which has been
Why aren't you
all the
loading?
crafting complexity of a mobile gacha game. Another fun system is how you unlock new recipes for crafting.
Oh yeah, this was backstage.
Said earlier, you
So I thought, Daniel Craig in Defiance? Okay. Oh, look, it's Stalpa. I've talked to this person before.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Starting up now.
Nice guy. Nice guy. Sub, like, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking at Defiance, MMO, I guess reboot, relaunch. Let's get this going. So let's start this up. We're gonna do a create new character.
Thank you, Dalpa, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Do we want to see this?
Defiance. Let's see.
Do we want to see this? I don't think so. We're gonna skip that. Someone asked, is this gonna be available on Steam? I don't know. I would just say get the launcher stuff. Go for the launcher and that's probably
Wait, can
your
I
best
wear
bet.
a shield? I'm wearing this mithril shield, but you don't, like,
Listen up, people.
pull it out.
Past the Golden Gate. We'll be on site
No,
in
no, I
less than
just
20.
want to get to the
So you got
combat.
10 to secure the
But
rest
you'll jump it like 50 minutes in or something.
But I don't know the contents of this game. I don't remember how the item system was and the leveling things were. I don't know
Me
how
neither.
much of an effect it would have.
I don't remember at all.
Other than, you know, players just advancing way faster than others.
Moham777 says, for some reason I don't feel good about this game.
Yeah, I don't think I feel good about this game either.
You don't feel good?
Nope. Yep.
Mohammed doesn't feel good.
It's honest.
Do I have something for Mohammed?
It sounds like DMCA that he's listening to, huh? But it's not. It's like AI. Some kind of AI music he's listening to. I don't know. You better not have just got me a fucking music catch or something. I don't think so. They would have warned me. I need torches. You got torches? Club. No torch. Fucking annoying. Let's see if somebody else will sell me a torch. Who will sell a torch? It's gonna be like general goods, and I don't know. Gilded Carafe. Best defense. Brothers Trade Goods. Good as new merchandise. Maybe Gen C might have torches. No, no torches. She looks better than she used to. That's a trip. Gold beast coins. So, do I have money? Come on, money. This should be 700k or something because I'm busted down to 24k. This should be like 600 some odd gil, 550, 600. No, I didn't make any sales at all, which is really bad. I'll have to go reprice. I can't believe it's been a long time too. It's been like fucking 14 hours or something, but or no, longer than that. I don't know, but that's okay. I didn't like this about gold. It's actually risky in terms of like if you don't sell at the right time, you can basically just make no money. It's stupid. Gold itself should never be like that.
Autopilot engaged.
Because it's in everything.
Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set.
Oh, I don't have a waypoint? Okay. Did I...
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
94. It, like, so dumb because I priced wrong. So dumb. It's obvious that nobody's buying any of that. God damn it. It's so annoying to lock up like 700k like this because I might need it, but whatever. Well, I mean, it totally constrains me to farming or XP today because I can't do anything. I don't have any money. I can't synth. So But I mean, 93 isn't that bad. It's like I'll make like 30K profit off this. This was not really worth my time though. Gold has turned me off. Their prices aren't too good, and I can't believe I sat a whole day without sales. That's fucking stupid. Predatory people have taken over the gold market, and that's not really too good. It needs to actually pay like 100K a stack. I don't know why the fuck they're paying this little amount. In a smart society, you don't...
Autopilot jumping.
9301. Yeah, 9301. Yeah, that's what they want me to do. That's fine by me. I don't care if I sell it cheap. That's fine.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
What's 95 times 7? Ugh. See, it's not a good market. 644. I guess I'll lock this. Yeah, I guess I'll lock this this gold up at a higher price. No, that doesn't make any sense. I wanna outsell everybody else. I can't though. I'll make sales, but I can't rush it. Whatever. 9301.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
9301. Oh, I'm trying to find torches. I forgot what I was doing. I was like, what am I doing here? The feed bag. Red diamond jewelry. A fighting chance. Merchant's inn. Oh, there's an inn here? I didn't know there was an inn here. The copious coin purse. First edition. Let's go see if the copious coin purse has what I need. 644. I didn't know how much of a blessing it was that I lost my Final Fantasy hardcore character. I didn't know. And I know now, like, I like hardcore and it's a good distraction, but it's such a waste of goddamn time. I really am actually happy it happened now. It's fucking weird. It's all about perspective. I'm done with hardcore. I don't think it's my thing. I forget I'm playing it. Can you sell me a torch, please? Nope.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh my fucking god. Where to get torches? Oh my god.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
It says check all the barrels, which I guess I will. And I'll just sell everything I pick up, I guess. Yeah, that's probably the best advice, really. I guess that's what this is for. No, I can hand pick for gold and torches. Although looting the box ensures that I've done it. There's a repair hammer, which is kind of cool. I guess I should start using repair hammers before I pay him. No, I'm not getting torches, see? Ooh, there's a lockpick, though. Torch. I want at least, like, 5, though. I wanted to buy, like, a whole bunch of them. Kindir staffs.
Docking permission requested.
First edition, the copious coin purse. Black Horse Courier. Kindir staffs. Edgar's discount spells. Let's try the discount spells. See what he's got.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Fortify Magicka. 30 points. If it worked. I can use this because it's a restoration spell. For 60 seconds. Light on self. Starlight for 90. Ooh. Never mind, I don't need a torch anymore. Ooh, shield, huh? That might be better than whatever Night Eye stuff I've got. Costs 19, fortify Magicka, greater fortify fatigue, burning torch, drain skill destruction, major wound, drain health on target. Drain health on target might be good. I can cast it. Yeah, major wound, let's do it. Yeah, that seems better. Why not? Seems good. Buy the shield too. I'll buy Snowball just in case I elementally need it. I suppose I could just pause to pick spells for each mob, but I mean I don't have enough mana yet. Yeah, this was good. Good. Okay, I want that torch. Oh, I suppose since I'm standing here, can I sell you all this stupid crap? Do you buy that? Oh no, you're not even really a vendor. Okay. Maybe the Mystic Emporiums and Divine Elegance sells them for some reason. I don't know. I had this shield equipped, but... It's 9 gold. Oh no, it's a scroll. Ooh, Ooh, those hands are really good. I'll have to come by and buy those. Come back and buy those. No torches, though. That one's good, but it's alteration. Be able to kite them better. We'll get there. Can't just get all the spells like the first level, really, or whatever, like first 10 levels. Okay, so let's sell more gold. There's 700k in gold ingots. Nope.
No doubt by now you have heard or seen people talking about Claire Obscure Expedition 33, the recently released turn-based RPG from a relatively small indie studio, Sandfall Interactive. Now this is their very first game, and it's been popping off, receiving universal acclaim from both professional reviewers and gamers alike. It's already being crowned by review outlets as a top contender for Game of the Year. It boasts a whopping 97% positive user score over on Metacritic, along with having the highest PlayStation user score of all time. The game has also maintained a consistently high player count since its release, bucking the typical trend of declining in popularity after the first couple of days. In fact, it is still growing day by day over a week later, which is super impressive. And it sold 500,000 copies in the first 24 hours, then breached 1 million copies a couple of days later, and in the process is performing
Oh, my alt might
as
have
well
money.
as any other PC JRPG ever has in history.
I think I want
in
to.
addition to the fact that this is a great game.
I wouldn't mind doing some healing on my white mage, so I think I will flag up actually. But I mean, let's see maybe if there's better earrings than this, because I think I have enough room now. Or I don't know, level 60. I'm 61, so I can do phantom earrings. Don't know if these gloves are acceptable anymore, but they have stats that are okay. I mean, the Druid's Rope's fine. Yep, like all that stuff. All this stuff has int on it. I suppose I should have some AF, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think it really matters. This is my white mage set. I guess I'll make a macro set of it. Let's flag up.
Much of the success is undoubtedly due to all of the positive impressions and word of mouth that you've probably undoubtedly seen out there. I can at least say anecdotally that is exactly what happened for me. I was playing other games at the time when Expedition 33 released, so I just assumed that this game would just be one of the ones that happened to pass me by, but I kept on hearing people talking about how darn good it was, so I finally decided I should give it a shot myself, and they were right. Everyone was right. This game is fantastic. And that is coming from someone who is typically indifferent to video game storytelling, but it's fantastic here. And also who usually doesn't care much for turn-based RPG combat, but they have a unique spin on it that I have really enjoyed. And I gotta say, from what I've played so far, the hype is real. This game is absolutely something special. So here are a few of the standout reasons, at least for me personally, as to why I think this game is doing so well. Yes, it's a top-line description. It is a good game, but here are some of the reasons and things that again have really.
Oh, I walked for 2 hours and I'm so stiff.
So top of the list for me is definitely going to be the combat. It is
and I lifted like 100-pound bags of soil, like 7 big 100-pound bags of soil that were like the size of bodies, and then damn it, I had to haul them like a good like 15 feet too. It was so annoying.
Precise timing involved if you want to do well. It is basically like a hybrid combat system.
Yeah, but this is a controller game, isn't it?
The main top-line structure is turn-based. Yes, there's this added layer of action blended into it as well. So you've got a team of characters fighting against one or multiple enemies at a time, taking turns based on the...
See, I'm like too much of an MMO player to play a game like this because it's a controller game, you know? I don't want to plug my controller in. I don't want to do this stuff on a keyboard and mouse. I don't know. I don't know. It's not my style of game. It's weird because the game, when I look at it, I'm like, no. Party level 55. Yes, please. See how fast that was? Yes, please. Yep, nice. Doflamingo is going to make a party. Sweet. Okay, let's go get Signet and a Red Mage sub and Instant Warp. Yep, I want Red Mage sub because it's better. If I have to haste spot, Red Mage sub is so much fucking better. Right now I'm Black Mage sub, but that's good because I can use it to warp home. Yeah, I got a party right away. This will be good. It might take a little while to fill, but, you know. Ooh, did he get a bard? Please be a bard. Be a bard. Yes! Yes! Sweet. Oh, I won't be able to wear my royal cloak for this, but that's alright. We're probably going to Sandy. It's fucking annoying. I don't like that camp, but it's fine. At least, I'll have to pay attention, but, you know. They have significantly lengthened the disconnect time to GeForce Now when they saw how fucking unpopular it was. And that's so good. It's so good. It, like, actually might make me really pay them, like, thousands of dollars over my lifetime. It's insane. They really got smarter. They're not making bad choices. That's new to me with software developers. They're so goddamn dumb most of the time. They're such smart people, but their choices are so goddamn greedy and dumb. It doesn't really make sense. Yeah. Signet. Instant warp. I've got one. Yep. Yep. Alright, let's warp back. We have a bard. I'm gonna get good XP. Oh, my ring. Is my ring out? No, my ring's full. Sweet. I didn't use it this last week, which is stupid. I should have used it when I last leveled White Mage. I don't know why I didn't. I will now. Okay, so I'm in here trying to talk to you or whatever. Yep. I want to barter. Hopefully you have a torch. God damn it, you don't. I mean, this is your entire fucking thing. You don't have anything? You have all these other cool things. Why don't you have torches? You're so annoying. I think this is the only store I hadn't checked. Let's go to a different city, I guess. Why should torches be so annoying? I guess I don't need torch anymore, huh? Oh, yeah, I don't need torch anymore. So... Yeah, candlelight, right? Oh, you don't have enough magicka, yeah, but I will. You get put on the wheel on 4. Yep. Because darkness is a thing in this game. It actually is kind of a dark game. So what do we do? I'll go to, since I have business in Coral, I'll go back to Coral and I'll see if I can get stuff. He's gonna hunt for a tank, isn't he? Yeah, Dark Thief, Bar, White Mage, yeah, and then now we gotta wait for a fucking tank. Change subs. Beautiful. So I am here to haunt the stores for torches. The Oak Enclosure. I don't even know what that is. It's an inn, isn't it? Do you sell torches? Oh, no, I don't need torches. Right. What I need is magic. Oops. So while I'm in Coral, I'll wait 24 hours so that I can go back to the mana pool and get more mana. He'll struggle finding a tank, but I think I've got to crack a new twist today, which is always fun. Let's see. Oh, my tablet. No, my tablet's on. Good. So let's go look for another twist. Where is... Well, that seems odd. Oh, there they are. I see. I dumped the bag already. Yeah, I did. So we have Maui Wowie, Cereal Milk, Dutch Treat, Skunk number 1. Let's do the lowest first. I'll go lowest to highest, I guess. Lowest first, right? So we have between Skunk number 1 and Cereal Milk. And Cereal Milk is the best tasting thing on the Easy Vape catalog. So we'll do... Oh, no, I also have another one here, which is Sour Diesel. So, yeah, we work our way up the percentages and go higher at the end of the month. So 86% today. Usually Cereal Milk is 94. So this is a weaker Cereal Milk, but Cereal Milk was popular the last like 3 months, and it gets slammed out and swallowed up. And I'm one of them. I buy like at least like 1 Cereal Milk, if not 2. And so when I bought Cereal Milk, it was like significantly lower, which is kind of sad. But oh well, it's still like in terms of the strain itself, and the way they flavor it, it's very, very, very unique. It's supposed to taste like cereal, you know, after it's been eaten, and it does have a taste like that. It's actually really cool. They did a really good job with it. And it's a weird thing that I never thought I'd like, but. BRB. Gotta pee. Shut my door, it's getting too cold. Oh, my sore body. Sore. Gray Mare. I best stage up by the warp and be ready. Hopefully by the time this party is over, my gold will have sold, and I can go back to the market. Or at least a couple of them, you know? Yeah, so we stage here, but I don't want to hear the goblin sound for the next hour or whatever while I play Oblivion. So it's 7:45 every 2 minutes or whatever. 7:45 every 2 minutes. I gotta check the Final Fantasy, make sure the tank didn't show. I need mana now that I've waited 24 hours, but I don't. Well, yeah, I suppose it doesn't matter. Let's go back to the Valverin now. Nice, I was on time too. Just barely. I guess I'll turn the music up now. I've had it kind of faint. I guess I'll have it a little louder. Since I am listening to it like all day. The HDR fire looks a lot better than it used to. The game just looks so much better than it used to. You didn't heal me, even though I rested for a day in a different town. I don't really understand that. Alright. Let's go to the... well, let's see. We have one other place we've seen that looks like this one. Yeah, and I want to go see if I can get, like, another damn, well...
Autopilot engaged.
Something keeps turning my HDR off, which I don't know. One of these games is turning off the HDR. It might be Oblivion. It's probably Oblivion. Keeps turning off the HDR for some reason. Like in my windows. Somehow. Fucking software developers are so weird. I don't mean what I say. Like, one of these games, probably Oblivion, is like definitely I'm out of mana. This is ill-advised. I mean, I should not go in here. I'll just, like, get damn near raffle stomped, I bet.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, there's one I haven't been to. Kemen. Let's see if that's a good one. We'll go to Cheydinhal East and get out that direction. See, with HDR, the game looks so much better. You can really notice it. And one of these games is... Oh, where to? I don't have warp. I've got to go.
Autopilot jumping.
We are going to a Freets.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Is this it? No.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
It's underneath. There.
Approaching
I went
station.
the wrong way. Oops.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Are you trying to self-destruct the bard? Guess I'll put on my royal cloak because I'm gonna need the mono, whatever. Put on some Final Fantasy music, I believe. Space trucking!
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.